I'll look, I think it was put up there, I'm pretty sure, and it was in the paper. I'll double check. Okay. I know I had two of them, one. Yeah. I'm seeing one with, no, it was weird, and I got home, I'm on all the subscriptions, and I'm quick, and then I'm pretty sure I tried to like look, but couldn't find it, but I don't know why. And last year, what happened before the other one? Yeah. In the water report? Yeah, I think they both got it, I'm pretty sure, in the paper that is. Yeah. I don't know the other, but usually if it's in the paper, it's been online, but I'll check it. All right, yeah, that's why I get. Okay, I saw it and I was like, okay, all right, and there's anything about data. And then somebody told me there was an article about the other, and I'm like, oh, okay, I didn't get it. We'll find it. No, I have to do that. That's it.
Hey, how are you?
Hello.
I got it. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about, what too on that. I got bad news for you, unless you already heard. Yeah. I'll tell you the bad news. Nah, I'm joking, it's good news.
Based on the number of people coming, you can actually sit up in the next seat and move you over,
Oh, okay, yeah.
so that we don't have an empty seat up here and then.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
Over there. Bob, did you send a message about Chris?
It's, in yours, I think it was in yours, yeah, that he was on.
Yeah,
He was new, right? Wasn't he?
Well,
Or-
relatively speaking, compared to the, ancient.
Most of the board.
ancient, yeah, he was- I think he's like last October or something. Yeah.
Yeah, that 1 hour, that's what I'm doing.
See, one came out,
I'm doing it now.
and another one came out.
You do or you don't see plenty?
They were both blinking at different times, they're both solid now.
Everybody.
No. If you're up and ready, you might want to put some comments out. Or something.
Yes, on the corner of the table.
So Jake, I couldn't believe what I was reading in the paper about the Far Hills craziness. Amazing.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
That. Really,
That
so-
went to the next 2 meetings. And she said at the last one, they were much better behaved. So we must have gotten around to that. So
How
it wasn't really
crazy it was, yeah.
And they're supposed to be so sick.
It was just amazing.
Yeah. What's amazing is that a new person can have so much influence.
Yeah.
Me, I'll confirm if you for the, that we were, maybe just double check it. It'll be on training.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, maybe we can talk to the professionals tonight, because they're the ones that are gonna be facilitating. Why are we? We had 6 coming, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no, we really have 7. Because Jeff is supposed to be coming.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, where does Jeff usually sit, over here?
here. Like, there, not really, there, but there.
Yeah, I'm good at the kid table.
If I put Karen there, it should be really.
No.
It's good.
Sorry, I was.
Well, there's some foreshadowing as well. Hi, Jeff.
Ah,
Nice to see you again.
Wow.
okay.
Do we have- Hey, Jeff.
Yeah, yeah. It's a comfortable, you know, it's like a suit.
If I was there, I would feel like I was on the floor. I would feel like I needed a booster seat.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about falling off.
I don't know if you're gonna bring this.
I'm good.
Not Jeff, more falling.
And,
That's great.
secretary to the union, very, very nice. They most likely will be able to accommodate us in the Performing Arts Center. However, there are different events that if we want to use their audio equipment, we can use their Wi-Fi. We want to use any of their equipment, then one of their employees needs to be there to operate it. We just pay for that. If you take in mind, this is what I'm going to pay for the savings.
Uh-huh.
I think it's for per facility and it might be
Wow.
then, there, it looks like the month of March would be good because they've got,
Available, yeah.
yes, yeah, like March and April, and then May picks up with the other school events.
Yeah, yeah,
So there's like a school play or something that's about to start.
yeah.
And then she doesn't know if her people would be available, so we would have to like find dates first. And then the other thing, which I did not get a chance to do, really, I need to talk to our IT person.
Sure.
Because that meeting has never been in it, but she physically, the theater holds 1,000 people. This system is not going to be adequate.
Right.
And their system, because their board meetings are in, school board meetings are in a smaller room. Their isn't advanced enough to record in there either.
For the, you're talking about here,
If there's.
If we have to move,
right, but the school board has had meetings in the auditorium. They just recently had one, I mean, recently, probably 3 or 4 months ago for the, field lights.
do they record it?
I don't know, but I mean, they have something set up where you can talk and do whatever you wanted to do. Whereas if these were in proximity to where you stood and on stage, I would think it would be
Well,
okay.
people have to come down, they can't talk.
Right, they have to, you know, just like they come to the X here, we
Yeah,
do the same
yeah.
thing.
So what I would have to do is have our IT guy maybe go over there, see
Right,
how he
right.
could set it up. You know, and obviously
The
test
key
it
is,
out.
the key is their,
They're willing to work with us, but, you know, there's
not
probably
like
costs
over-
associated,
right. Okay.
you know, and then just working out those details.
Great. Thank you.
Sure. And I said to her, you know, we definitely wouldn't be on the 8th because of the week that we left off was. the February meeting.
It'd have to be announced.
Right, we're gonna have, right, I said, we didn't have time to notice the second February meeting, so it wouldn't be until March, because we would have to be noticed, and we have to notice.
Yeah,
So,
right, there's, yeah, the procedural things.
yeah, well, in a way, that's good, because it gives more time, and it's further down the road for planning.
Understood. Thank you.
Sure. How are you, Bob? Was there? How are you? Was there ever? You've been here for all these years.
Yeah.
Because I was really like, no, engineer, but you know,
Just don't worry about it.
you ordered my Amazon, that's where I ordered.
You'll have it by 2 o'clock in the morning.
I know, it's about certain things, yeah, yeah.
I guess 40 years gets.
So you're the planner.
Up there. I didn't see.
How are you?
Tall.
Yeah. I am just.
I was once in situation. With my ex. Then. And. Sat down with having dinner, and they were so hard. And it was probably.
I don't know.
He says, yeah, that's like.
I don't know.
Well, let's see. Maybe you're not. So, well.
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, with a nice.
He told me to complete it.
And she didn't care. She just said, I don't know, she was a fan or anything. Not like I was.
Oh, you're.
Oh, you were. I was, but.
Yeah, that size, you really can't read them.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, like scrolling around, like I have to hold computers, but then you know, it's like in and out.
One does.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, the other thing was one arm government. That's one point, wasn't it? Yeah, if you can walk around the next. In back, and get it open on feet, and it's. One arm. If you could. One share.
I did not see.
I just watched it, sorry, so I'm watching. I listen to one of these, periodically, one of these YouTube channels. They are, so I need to go and analyze. Definitely is so soft, yeah, just really analyzes it. And he just like said, it's a great song or whatever, and he says,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you know, like. Like he'll decompose Boston or something. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty well.
That's, I mean, I've always felt that it's all music, just like they. Just my last. I feel it's sad, so. Yeah. But right now. But it's something I always dream about, like the restaurant or something, they have live music on stage. I was wish I could play the guitar, and like, cause that'd be so cool. Hey, we need someone to come up and play, you know, guitar, there's that sick or something, be like. That'd be so cool. It's just so different, it's just so different. Do you play?
Yeah, I do, yeah. Play, I play guitar, I just.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where do I go? I can go this way. Some people say on the show. I want to know which one of these are on.
much you can do.
No, exactly.
I'll be honest, I probably did that, I didn't even know that, like.
Somebody was very frustrated. I wanted to counsel you.
It's amazing, it's just, it makes, it's one of the, music is one of the things that makes other people play music, it's one of the things they realize. Jefferson. Right, it's so awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's. You know.
Oh, I thought you were going through. Some people get certain.
No, more like musicians, you know, like artists. But musicians.
Okay, then.
They don't. It was just.
Yeah. And that's all I did. Yeah.
I know that's a couple of weeks.
Yeah. It is. Yeah.
And then.
And then you have trumpets and trombones.
No, they're not.
Those are not, those are not really good. And they're not strict. Right.
So.
They're just. And one of the hardest instruments to play, and I always remember making fun of the guy, but then, no, French horn. It is. The orchestra's hard. It's really easy to play.
Well, boss.
Hey there.
Well.
Ready to head out.
It appears.
I see.
Like every time.
It's really challenging. It's out of order. Denise, are we expecting any other?
Oh, no, she, Mark could have been up here, that's why we were drawing 6 people. I'm sure.
Sherry's not here.
Yeah, no, she is on, gonna be on live stream though, but
So what?
she's not gonna be participating. Yeah.
Today's.
So Denise, are you ready?
Yes, I'm just.
Only six.
Yes. Yes, I forgot. That was my comments.
Yeah, no, I got. I was going with your list only has six, and that's why I think you said seven, so I was wondering who
I
you
said
were.
6 first and then I.
That's okay. All right, six is enough, like 8 is enough.
Yeah.
It's enough to fill your. Yeah.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, looks like we're good.
All right. In accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, please note the following: all Bernardsville Borough Planning Board meetings will be held in person in the meeting hall here on the second floor of the Bernardsville Municipal Building at 166 Minebrook Road. Meetings will also be live streamed on YouTube, but with no opportunity for public comment. Members of the public wishing to offer comments or ask questions will be required to attend meetings in person. The YouTube live stream access for all meetings is YouTube at Bernardsville Borough /streams. This link will also be available on the agenda for each meeting, which is posted on the Borough website, which is bernardsvilleborough.org, and on the Borough Hall public bulletin board at least 48 hours prior to meetings. Notice of these changes has also been emailed to the Bernardsville News and the Courier News by posting a copy on the Borough website and by filing a copy with the municipal clerk on January 16, 2024. It is the intention of the board not to continue any matter past 11 p.m. at any regular or special meeting of the board unless a motion is passed by the members then present to extend to a later specified cutoff time. And same shall be announced at the open meeting. In addition, the board does not intend to begin a new hearing after 10 p.m. nor begin testimony of a new witness after 10:30 p.m. Any hearing conducted by the board is a quasi judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to issues that are relevant to what the board may consider in reaching a decision. The quorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. Roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Gardner? Yes. Ms. Geller? Is absent. Mr. Graham?
Yes, here.
Mr. Horowitz?
Here.
Mr. McQueen is absent. Mr. Simoff?
Here.
Mr. Walden?
Here.
And Mr. Zazarino?
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Meeting minutes. Any comments on October 12th, the 16th, we're carrying Denise to the next meeting?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
okay.
sent them out late, so.
Yeah, so just the October 12th meeting minutes.
I have some comments
Good.
on page 3, and one is a typo, and it's, the bulleted items. The last one, correction needed in the code to remove detached accessory dwelling, I'm assuming it should be unit,
Okay,
you see that?
yeah,
And then, the next paragraph, it's just a comment about, I have a cottage or cottages or apartments. It's either a cottage or a apartment, not plural. You see that?
I don't have it in front of me right now, so, but, okay,
Jennifer, or,
So it does, it's just, take the A out.
oh, gotcha, there's an extra A in there,
Yeah, just take the A out and then the rest is okay.
got it,
And, by giving permission for these rental units, comma, it gives us the right to inspect them and ensure that they are safe.
okay,
Okay, and then, although I was not here for this meeting, the paragraph starting with Mr. Zabel advised. It's not clear to me what that explains. Maybe it could be a little more. Mr. Zabel advised that because the board already found the prior work, whatever prior work meant, was not inconsistent. You can find the new one not inconsistent, but with the recommendations of correct regulations be relocated. I just think that should be more clear about what we were talking about.
okay, I'll have a conversation with Mr. Zabel
Yeah.
to clarify that.
And that's it.
Okay, thank you.
any other comments?
I'll move the minutes with the adjustments that Karen just suggested.
I'll second it. I'll pass it. Andy?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries.
Just abstentions, of course, for the absent members.
Right, it was just one for,
Two, Chad.
Two.
oh, yes,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on the communications. I didn't read this one, but does anything on this DOT letter
It's innocuous. frankly.
innocuous?
That would be the legal opinion. The hour about, you wanna weigh in on?
I didn't see. So we could do some improvements to the just the head wall and scour hole, I guess, riprap is eroding it back in culvert. Crosses under 202. Near Pheasant Hill Drive.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's repaired to the bridge, it's just to be probably, it's eroding after the culvert.
Oh, okay,
I haven't looked.
all right,
But they just need to just give the notice that,
That they're applying.
That they're applying for, yeah, that's. And I apologize, I didn't mean to mean that what was being done was innocuous, but it's not related to anything to the board this evening.
no, it usually is. All right, is there anyone here that wants to discuss anything that's not on the agenda? So visitors, you, okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going to.
You don't need to be sworn in.
Aaron Duff, 51 Crestview Drive.
I'm sorry, Aaron
Duff,
Duff, okay, and,
the address was 51 Crestview, one word.
yep, Lloyd, thank you, gotcha.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly, respectfully ask, for a status update on the board's consideration of the Parks and Rec master plan report. The last I remember was in April last year, there was a working group meeting, some suggestions were made, some areas of additional inquiry, and then it was on the agenda for a while as, you know, a pending matter that was gonna be a public hearing, TBD. And it's since fallen off, so I just kind of wanted to figure out where that stood and if and when it's anticipated to be back before the planning board.
oh, John, you wanna?
Well, Chairman, there were meetings held by the board to discuss the plan. And there were some modifications to the document that the consultant made on behalf of the borough as requested by the board. And it's just a matter of reviewing that document, putting it back on the agenda, it just never made it back. I don't know why.
Who's got the baton?
Well, I guess the ball might be in our court. I can review where we are with it and advise the board, and then I can advise Denise what the status is, and then we can schedule for, let's say, another work session, and we can then get it adopted.
Okay,
I don't think it's at a point where I think we could finalize it.
I thought it was pretty close.
Yeah, the consultant made changes in response to comments that I and the board had. They weren't substantive, but they were proposed amendments. So we need to reconsider it. Because it is being treated as an element of the master plan, we need to have a public hearing and notice.
Anyway, yeah.
Why don't we circle back, put it on an agenda to kind of review it one last time and schedule a public hearing and then advertise for it and adopt it.
Right,
And if I may, dovetail off the good suggestion by the board planner, John. I'm just noticing our pending kind of turned into pending applications, which is maybe a little too narrow, albeit accurate, our item I. It should be pending applications and other matters. And that way, you know, it really should get back on there, because we only have applications that are forthcoming, even those that are not deemed complete yet. But we should have all our other matters that are pending in there.
Right,
So
of course,
we'll work together with Denise.
Okay, yeah, I
Make sure
wasn't even aware of that type of thing.
Yeah,
okay.
so, and thank you, Mr. Duff.
Do we need to do anything, John, for, for climate change?
My firm submitted a proposal. We'll go back with the mayor and council, see, you know, what was submitted to them, see how they wanted to proceed.
Okay, so that's kind of being handled over there, essentially. Okay.
And I'm sure in consultation with the planning board, that's good.
Well, I know we have to add an element or with something.
Or when you.
At some point, an update that so-and-so is supposed to add.
Well, point was, yes, that time goes by. And the issues that would be covered by that plan become irrelevant to put the town develops, and then you can't go back and do it. So the thought we should move ahead, even if it wasn't required by another amendment of the plan.
Right.
So if the press,
You're not precluded from doing it,
right,
despite that, yes.
so if you press council on the
I'll follow up on
urgency on that, that would be
I'll
great.
follow up on that.
What do they call that more, prepayment penalty?
Yeah, I can do it early. The mandatory trigger is instead of change to your master plan and settlement, but you're just like the re-exam, you have to do it every 10 years. You can do one continually. So I think it's prudent, and I will circle back and confer on that.
Yeah, I wasn't aware they were handling that in the venue, so, okay, great.
Couple of resolutions.
Okay, old business resolutions, 114 Claremont. Resolution,
I had one comment on that. One of the variances that we noted in the resolution is that they were permitted to remove more than 50% of the trees. And that, we did approve that variance. But I thought it was conditioned on their planting replacement trees, because the theory was that the trees that were there were kind of weedy and crummy. And, that they would plant additional trees that would replace, the other tree. Now, maybe that's covered in the landscaping plan, but if it's not, I think it should be explicit, they're supposed to plant other substantial trees to replace the ones they're cutting down.
it didn't excuse them from having to replace trees. It allowed them to,
Also,
well, delete more than 50% canopy, but if they remove a tree, they have to replace it,
or make the necessary contribution.
one way or another.
There's still a requirement to plant a certain number of trees, and if they can't meet it, then they have to make a contribution. They were never,
What we can do is condition 8 that speaks to it, the applicant shall plant the requisite number of replacement trees and make, really we leave the rest as is, and make any necessary contributions to the borough tree replacement fund. Based upon how much they replant, that affects how much they have to pay to the tree fund. So we don't really need to change that language.
No, you don't need to,
But that, I think, would that make it clear enough?
Yeah, it should be clear that they can't replace a big hardwood with an arboretum.
Well, that's pursuant to that's also pursuant to the tree protection ordinance.
Okay.
In other words, it's
Yeah.
specific as to what's required to replace certain trees with what, ABM, diameter, yeah, the breast diameter, you know,
caliber or.
caliper, yeah, of the tree and the like, yeah. So,
I'm fine with it.
we know enough to be dangerous, but yes. So, yeah, that's incorporated in the language by virtue of incorporating, the ordinance provision. But thank you for pointing that out. So with that change, if there's no others, that would be the motion to adopt.
Any other change? I move the adoption of the resolution.
And both the board members, I don't have a list of these, just make sure you.
The three of
have the right
us,
ones.
Ram,
Mr.
Horowitz, and Simon.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the resolution itself. You got it. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so Mr. Graham,
Yes,
Mr. Horowitz,
Yes.
and Mr. Walton.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simoff.
yes.
Sorry, wrong one.
okay, the second resolution, Minebrook Road Urban Renewal Associates, this is the 63 Bernards. Application,
That's exactly right. Stand. 1 of 3, 100% affordable scatter sites. The first one to be approved with respect to amended preliminary and final, and hopefully we memorialized it accurately. It certainly made its rounds around all board professionals and applicant professionals, but we're gonna hear now a few things we missed.
One of the things is that there was a provision that appears in several places in the conditions that there be 3 parking spaces that
for the picture.
they couldn't park overnight. And it's a little confusing how many times they have to do that, but I thought the point of those 3 parking spaces was that they were supposed to be sufficiently near the garbage dumpster as to permit the garbage to make a K-turn in there. And that's mentioned once in the, in conditions, but that other condition of the 3 spots is, I think repeated 3 additional times. And I think I have a little confusion. I think if you're looking for them, it's 5 little Roman 3, 5 little Roman 2.
Wait, bear with me,
That's
Roman
page
Horowitz. Yeah, because this one, it's a lot of categories of Romans. There.
It's in at least
probably
three
200
places.
conditions altogether.
I think it's like page 30.
Page, yeah, which page?
30.
If you can point me to where we actually have the detail, and then I'll make sure it gets repeated in the places it needs to be repeated.
Look at, on page 35, 3 relies, it's there. And it's in the paragraph above, it's
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, page 30,
page
number
30,
5, Roman, small Roman,
2 and 3.
2 and 3. The applicant shall designate 3 parking stalls with the northernmost row of proposed parking spaces as guest and overnight parking stalls.
Right, and 3 covers the point about it's supposed to provide for the turning radius, but
Okay,
they're never tied together. So, you know, as it's written, they put those 3 spots anyplace on the northern
okay, so we
side.
can tie those 2 together and then repeat it where appropriate in subsequent
Or
conditions.
delete the repetitions.
We happen to have counsel for the applicant here, so we don't normally do this, but since we had the opportunity to counsel for the applicant, we able to follow that. Do you have any objection or to that modification?
No objection.
Thank you. The concept, I think, has been sufficiently explained, so certainly the board can adopt it tonight. I'm not saying that's the only one, there might be more. With that change, without having to see it again, in my opinion. But is there an action?
There was a duplication of proposing in it somewhere. If you look for the word proposed, it's like, the applicant proposed, and then it says proposed again. It's like.
Okay.
Just,
It's somewhere in the resolution?
yeah, I think that's.
We'll find it, we'll clear it
You'll
up.
find it, there's
Duplicated,
this- you'll
proposed.
see at the beginning of the sentence, it'll start saying,
Okay.
and then it'll immediately repeat it.
We will find it, that's also a change that can be made
Did you want to put
subsequent.
that, because I know you did the research and you worked with the applicant, so, but did you want to put anything in it about the total? The aggregate of the 3 projects, because on the face of it, you can't have 6 singles.
Oh, you're talking about the allocation
Yeah.
of the
The
affordable.
offsetting doubles and triples. In other words, the only reason you can have 6 singles in this development is because they're doing the other 2 as well.
I know we referenced the global scattered sites,
Yes.
but I guess we did not reference the fact that in totality, UHAC is fully complied with that as to, among other things, bedroom distribution.
Exactly.
I take it there's no objection from applicant's counsel.
No.
Because you did all
We
the
will
work.
add that,
Yeah, it did all the work, you might as well.
at the front
Capture
end.
it, so- Someone doesn't say, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, if they look at it in isolation, and they're focused on it, like one of the people must not be, yes. The affordable housing allocation, UHAC, global, all 3 sites is my little note for myself.
Yeah.
Again, a concept that I think with particularly with the stipulation of the applicant's counsel here on behalf of the applicant, we can adopt tonight,
Right.
trusting me to make accurately make that change.
Absolutely. Was there any other comment? Did anyone have?
And then you have who's qualified to vote, correct? Oh, I know you do, because it's right here.
I only have one other thing, and it seems to me it's in abeyance. It's kind of, we can do the project, we're giving him permission, but there's the whole issue of the drainage going to the west or going out to Grove. And it was sort of, well, we're gonna work on that, because we need to get the rights to access the drainage. That's where we've left it, right?
Generally, and maybe Bob can jump in, but generally, as the board knows, generally, there are things left over for some
And that's
review
why-
and approval of oftentimes engineering. Sometimes planner, and very occasionally attorney. So, you know, that may fall under that scenario, but if you want to refer to the specifics, or if Bob wants to address it for, simply for resolution adoption purposes.
Well, as the plan is now, they need to demonstrate that there's capacity in that system in Grove Street. If there's not, then the applicant's gonna have to look at options.
So if they wanted to, so they've proven they could do it, that's the whole big deal, you can do the plan and you can comply and so forth. But there are optimizations, as there often are, field optimizations and so forth, so
Yeah, so I guess that's open if there was an ability to get access to that pipe. Goes through the Realty property.
so we're leaving it that way intentionally, that's the point, it's okay, I just, they,
That was my understanding.
yeah, okay, I just wanted to confirm that. Now, I was looking at it, which, and there was all this steep slope variances and so forth, and if they pitched the land back and drained to the back, to the west, would they have needed those steep slopes?
I believe so, because I think they're up near the, kind of that elbow of Burns
Anyway.
Avenue. It slopes down to the neighbor's property, so I don't know that would eliminate.
Well, I know they had to elevate it to this, to get it to flow. But I'm not gonna follow up. I just wanna be sure it was still open, they still have the flexibility to do that if they can figure out how to do it. I guess it sounds engineering preferable to run it into that large pipe that's there if they can do it. If they can.
A good teachable moment for our newer board members, because there's never is everything 100% done and definitive, and that's not the board's job. But the board's job is to make sure it's feasible and approvable or not. You know, the applicant has the burden of proof.
That's, yes, essentially, and then.
So there are always
Everyone
conditions and a lot of subject to review and approval.
Yeah, and when they build stuff, they'll bring Bob in and say, what, we can't just do this space in this way, how can you do it, and that's one of the things.
Yeah, and you'll often see conditions where it's if this, then that, but if that, then this type of thing. And that's appropriate and a good way of for the board to handle things. Can't do everything, things do change.
Okay,
But we have a thorough board we're blessed to have.
any other comments from our professionals or board on this?
I can assure you they didn't do it twice already. I don't know if we'll give them a third.
Okay, so, well, the same three. So, someone make.
Okay, I'll make the motion. I'll second it.
Okay,
Mr. Graham,
yes,
Mr. Horowitz,
Yes.
and Mr. Simoff.
Yes, with the.
Ran the table
Yep.
trio again.
The motion
okay,
carries.
great.
Three musketeers.
Oh, we're paying the bills at the front end now.
Okay. No, just pay the bills, right? And then do business,
They're all Mr. Sabos, I think we should.
no bills?
These were the only ones that came in the interim.
Okay.
For the board's edification, I have nothing to do with it.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, that's not your office.
And John had nothing to do with that, skipping up from the end of the agenda to closer to the beginning of the agenda.
Well, it's nice to know.
Nor did I, nor did I. nor
If
did
you're
I.
happy the rest of the meeting.
You can leave early.
But, they get paid.
That's a motion, second, and a voice vote.
Any comments? No, just a motion. Someone make a motion to pay the bills?
On motion.
Anything?
And a second. Just to pay John's bills.
What's the
Sorry?
the amount?
I usually get a total amount, there's a total amount here.
Yeah, I didn't put on. the-
$5,021.25.
Thank you.
I'll make that motion with that amount. 5,021,
And 25 cents.
don't forget the 25 cents.
Right, who gets the 25 cents?
Well, no, wait a minute, Mr. Zazarino made the motion. So then.
I already motioned, I guess I didn't say the dollar amount.
That's okay.
Okay.
Mr. Zat, we understand the motion. Well made.
I'll second.
We got a second and a voice vote on it.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstaining?
So Mr. Grego staying. For the rest of them.
Let's see what we're paying them with.
Okay, now with some hearings.
All right, so now we're to the main event, the public hearings. The first hearing is the Minebrook Road Urban Renewal Association. This is Minebrook Road, it's block 80, lot 15.38. It's an affordable housing zone. And we're ready to pick up.
This was carried from January 11th. And we have an extension of time to act, so and we continue to have jurisdiction.
And is everybody eligible?
And
I just want the record to show that I watched the
Yes.
entire video of that meeting, so.
right, and you will sign the certification if you haven't already, as soon as Denise provides it to you, but the MLUL only requires that you make that representation. You can sign the certification at any time. My recommendation is sooner rather than later. So we do have 6 qualified board members, more than a quorum, so we not only have jurisdiction, we can effectively hear and decide the case tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Nicole Manciak, MAGDCIAK of the law firm Day Pitney, here this evening on behalf of the applicant. As was introduced, we are here for a continued hearing on the amended preliminary and final site plan application related to the property on Minebrook Road. This is one of the 3 affordable housing sites. We were tasked at the end of the last meeting on the 11th with a list of a couple items to address for this meeting. We were able to prepare a concept plan concept layout plan that incorporates a trail easement. We also were able to provide that to Mr. Pigeon, the borough's attorney, who relayed it to the director of DPW, John McDowell. We have been in communication with him as well, and he has provided us some feedback on the proposed location, which we find to be acceptable and feasible. So we'll be able to present that tonight. Mr. Brightly also reviewed that plan and had some comments as to some of the features and locations of things, and we're also able to incorporate his comments. So we'll address that this evening as well. So we are hopeful that that brings the trail easement and access issue at least very close to a resolution for the purposes of the planning board to a resolution, and we'll continue to work with the borough on that item. We also were able to, as part of that, shift the building because we had to gain 10 feet on the boundary of the property in order to provide for that easement. So you'll see that in the layout plan as well this evening and the impact that that has on the wall. We also have some amendments to the floor plans by our architect. So he will be able to describe what has changed. The biggest change is that we have relocated the community room to the corner of the building that is most impacted by the retaining wall, so that we can eliminate living space in that area and just have the community space, so we don't have somebody who's living full-time in a unit near the highest point of the wall. So that will be explained this evening as well. And then we also have information from the fire department. Our engineer was able to reach out to the fire chief and they had a very productive conversation. So we have some comments, though we didn't get them in writing from him in the form of a letter to the board. We can represent to the board what those comments were and the fact that we can comply with them. So with that, I'd like to introduce Kevin Shelley, who is our engineer.
And as Mr. Shelley, you remain under oath, and I think your license remains in good standing.
Yes, it does.
And I think the board will continue to accept it as an expert in the field of civil engineering, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good evening. If I have the ability to share my screen again.
Oh, I might need to, hold on. That should be okay. that I admitted you and then got distracted.
Denise, I had the last one as exhibit 84 from last time, and that comports with your notes, so we can go to 85 for the next exhibit when we get there.
Wonderful. All right, so we can mark this as exhibit A5. My pen works. It is a colored site rendering of the project. It is dated today, January 25th, 2024. And again, we, based on the feedback from the last hearing, comments about the proposed trailhead. Take a laser pointer out. Our recommendation, or we put together a concept plan that showed access to the trailhead coming across the back of the property, sidewalk behind our building extended to the trailhead. Hard to see on the plan with the trees here, but as one of the members of the public had brought up at the end of the hearing, that it had appeared that the DPW had already physically relocated some of that trail, starting in that back corner and running up the hill. Mr. McDowell from the DPW had confirmed that as well for us when we provided the concept plan. So the idea was we took all of the building, the parking, shifted it back over to the right-hand side of the plan, 5 feet, to provide a 10-foot easement along the western property line. And then we connected a path for the residents of this community to the current location of the trailhead that's been recut. So one of the concept plan was provided to the board's professionals. Mr. Brightly had a recommendation that instead of running the walkway behind the trash enclosure and connecting it in, that we put an opening through the wall, run the path on the upper side of the wall, and connect it to the trailhead while sliding our trash enclosure back, which we were able to accommodate. And what it did was it allowed us the opportunity to get an extra surface parking space out in the front. At the last hearing, if you remember, we had testified that the plan submitted had 50 parking spaces. We lost 3 underneath the building to account for a larger water room, to account for the backflow preventer, to make sure there's no hot box outside the building, bringing the parking total down to 47 spaces, which is still compliant. But again, we were able to add an additional parking space as a result of this plan change to bring the total parking to 48. So again, I think that that is a net positive for the project. It gives residents, the community, a path access to this trail to lead up the slope. And at the end of the day, I think it was an overall net positive. We also had the recommendation was to reach out to the fire chief about comments. We hadn't received the letter, but I had reached out to the fire chief and spoke to him yesterday and today about the application. He did not provide a formal letter, but there were some comments and recommendations that he relayed to us that he would like to see. One of them was 1 hour fire rating within the stairwells and community space, which we're happy to comply with. There was a 13 fire sprinkler system inside, again, the stairwells and the hallway corridors, which we'd agree to comply with. Recommendation that we push all EV parking spaces, with the exception of the handicap accessible EV space, out from underneath the building, which we would agree to comply with as well. And the last one was that there's no electric vehicles or electric bike, I guess, charging in the units or within the lobbies, which again, we would agree to comply with. So I think it was a positive conversation. We talked through the plan, and some of the reasonings behind those recommendations, what they're seeing, from a fire safety standpoint, and we're happy to comply with those recommendations. And we would just continue working with the chief regarding exact location of the ADA parking space, the EV space underneath the building, and look at those final details with him as the plans get finalized.
And Mr. Shelley, as a result of sliding the building in order to accommodate that 10-foot easement. Can you just describe the impact to the wall?
Yeah, sorry. So again, the building, the parking, and this portion of the retaining wall shifted 5 feet back to the right-hand side of the plan. The back corner here, where the retaining wall is the highest, I testified at the hearing 2 weeks ago that the maximum height of the wall was about 21.5 feet now, down from 35. Shifting it back over 5 feet only increased the height of the wall by about 1.5 feet. So again, it's a maximum height 3 feet. Again, that's only in that corner. As you start passing the corner, getting towards the front of the building or to the rest of the back, that wall is dropping to 15 feet and continuing to get below that for majority of the back of the building here. It's really just this kind of back area that's the most significant in terms of the height of the wall. So again, minor 1.5 change to the height of the wall as a result of shifting the building back over 5 feet.
And Mr. Shelley, overall, the wall is still significantly lower than what was previously approved, correct?
Yeah, yes, correct.
What did you say was in the northwest corner? There was something like a utility there? No, where the tree is. You see where the tree?
Here?
Back there. You said there was, what's there?
We would expect that's probably where the transformer goes.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
thanks.
where we would propose it.
That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, we had the site sign, that was another change. We, at the end of the hearing, it was recommended to us based off of the speeds on the road to maybe talk about making that sign a little larger. It was previously 7 feet wide. We're proposing to extend the base to 10 foot, which makes the actual sign area about 9 foot in width. Not making it any taller, making the letters a little bit larger so they're easier to be seen from passing vehicles. So that was one of the other changes that we made.
So what was the new dimension?
10 feet total and I guess length.
And what are the dimensions of the letters again?
I increased the letters, the main community name, let me zoom in. Are 5 inches in height. The address at 4. And the RPM community at the bottom at 3. It's still a 2.5 foot sign area, but we would try to maximize.
No, it's part of,
It's on this sheet.
it's on the sheet.
It is on
Yeah,
that sheet.
yeah, it was
It's
previously.
just that, okay.
It's all one, thank you.
Just confirm the dimensions.
Sure, let me circle back to it just because the base is 10 feet. The overall height of the sign remains 4.5 feet tall. The sign area itself will be 2.5 feet in height by 9 feet. And the bottom is a stone base to match the building, 2 foot by 10 foot. But we're gonna increase the size of the letters to try to maximize visibility.
The letters, if I can just chime in, a 5-inch letter is visible for 150 feet. The manual uniform traffic control devices, which dictates letter sizes for traffic control signs, it's 30 feet per inch. So if the letter is 5 inches, you can see it at 150 feet, which at 40 miles an hour is about 60 feet per second. So you can see it for about 3 seconds, 4 seconds.
If we have the ability to make it larger, again, we want to make sure it's appropriate to maximize it, but still make sure that it's not just all the letters all in there at once on the plan. But, you know, I think 5 inches is probably the minimum we would go. Again, if there's, and I don't believe there's any ordinance about the size of the letters. I think the signs in general are just not permitted as a whole, but
Wasn't included in with the issues.
right.
Just required any variance.
As we prepare a mock-up and things like that of the sign, if those letters can.
Subject to review and approval, and reasonable discretion of our engineer.
Yeah, that'd be fine with us.
The sign that,
There's uplighting from the ground, yes. But it's not like an LED backlit type of sign. So those are the changes to the site plan that we had made as a result of the hearing.
Can you go back to the corner where the path is there?
Okay, sure. Zoom in.
So someone wanting to do the trail on this proposal, they walk up and merge between the parking lot and the neighbor, that is what was talking.
What would happen is there's this 10-foot space is an easement that we'd be granting to the borough to provide access to the trail. The walkway that we are providing through the wall and around the back of the wall to physically connect to the trail would be for our residents. We're not promoting outside visitors from walking through the site and the improvements to go access the trail. That's the purpose of the whole 10-foot wide easement on that side, where if the borough were to visit, we left the trees, the landscaping that was there previously still on there. That's something that we're happy to talk with the board's professionals about, whether we leave the area clean, lawn open, or whether there's a desire for landscaping in there that would not interfere with the potential trail, physical trail being extended out to the roadway. But the improvements that are shown on the plan would be for the residents of this community.
Okay, so people wanting, non-residents wanting to access the trail don't have to go through, above, under the retaining wall.
Correct. The idea would be that there is a additional trail out to the right of way that would be the borough's.
And you're gonna regrade it anyway, right?
Regrade what?
The area, 10-foot area, isn't that part of your grading plan?
The area in between the parking and the property line would be regraded and either landscaped or lawn, seeded, whatever the desirable finish for that area would be.
Right, I think that maybe John's firm take a look at that. Make sure that the landscaping and the layout is proper.
Yeah, understood.
Isn't there a teeny, like retaining wall on the border between your property and the property to the west? Is it on your property or is that over, that's on theirs?
I can look at the survey. Can't tell you at the top of my head. And there's curbing that's right on the property line.
It's curving.
Yeah.
Whatever, just as long as you figure out what you're doing with it, that's all. Well,
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be there would be 10 feet between their curb and our curb, and yep.
Because there is just some existing stuff there, that's all.
I think there's a berm, kind of a.
There's a berm and like a little wall in there, and it's like,
I think they built that berm to keep the drainage from running into the.
Yeah, when the borough cleared that area to use as staging, that seems like probably something that they would do to
maybe,
make sure that they're not sending their runoff onto that neighborhood.
all right,
I think that the berm is actually right up against the gravel area. It's not close to the property line,
there's just something there.
Yeah,
On the-
but
on
it's
the
actually
property
like
line, there's like
15 or
something
20 feet away from the parking lot.
concrete-ish. That's all that is, so, okay. Great. I think that was it, right? Those are the items, that he's covering, then there's the discussion of the community rooms, right?
Yes.
And then what he wants to.
Are you thinking of putting any more, maybe a different witness, any more trees, like, on the front of the?
Yeah, we talked about the last time that we worked with Mr. Zabo about the appropriate landscape of the front yard, whether that's in the right of way.
We made some landscape comments, they agreed to work with my firm.
Yeah.
Landscape
No,
architect.
won't be invasive and all.
We'll work with them to answer.
No algae, no invasive.
No invasive plan.
Yeah.
Just one comment that I put up on the trail easement,
Yeah.
I know it's not shown on this plan, but it's probably about a 45-degree angle once you get past the retaining wall. Speaking with John McDowell, it wasn't exactly, I know you marked up a plan where it is, but it feels like it should be located to each GPS unit.
Yes, absolutely. That's something that we would go out there, locate the physical trail that they've cut into the embankment, and we would center any easement about the physical movement.
Those things are good.
The fire department was okay with the fan, the whole thing where you've got. the
Yeah,
fan.
they were fine with the layout of the underground parking,
That, you
yeah,
know.
for the exhaust fan in front of the building,
But the auxiliary fan, I guess.
yes.
Called it. Never been on before, okay, all right.
Yeah, if there's no more board questions,
No.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there's any other professional questions, none for me.
Okay, we can.
Then we should just do public, if any questions, real quick, or not quick, I don't know.
Any-
Public questions, there's public questions.
Aaron, again, I think you said 10 feet, I just wanted to confirm the width of the path, is that correct?
Yeah, the width of the easement would be a 10-foot wide easement.
Until you get it, and then you're going to do the meets and bounds around with Mr.
Correct, the idea is it's a 10-foot easement, at least along the property line. We would propose it to follow the same, if the trail is wider than that, we would provide an appropriately width easement up the trail till it hits the back of the property.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the public for this witness? None?
Thank
Okay. Thank you, next witness.
Our next witness is our architect.
Good evening, everyone.
So your name and address again?
Joaquin Moses, Boucas. Joaquin is JOAQ, 632 Pompton Avenue, Cedar Grove.
And you were sworn last time, and you understand you remain under oath, and I think your license remains in good standing.
It is.
So I'll assume unless it's otherwise, the board continues to accept you as an expert in the field of architecture. Please proceed.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we'll mark this as a 6.
Well, it's actually the. Oh, no, this is the,
Oh, that's the old one.
yeah.
That's gonna be fun. The color take rendering.
It's mine. I work a warrant.
Oh.
Yeah.
Just leave that in the day. Not again, no, don't even go there.
Yeah, the question.
Oh, I thought you had the back one.
No, the guys.
Because I don't know. I know it's in there. It's clear.
Thanks. But she said she didn't put me. I hope it's not called.
Yeah, I.
So this will be A6.
Yeah, this would be A6.
And what is it?
So this is a retaining wall cross section. We show the various sections around the highest.
I'm sorry, can you just give us the date?
Oh, sure, it's 126, 125, 23.
24, 24, or 23.
125, sorry, it's labeled wrong, but it should be 24.
We'll take the intent, you can change it later.
125, 24.
Yeah, I'm sorry, please continue. Sure.
Okay, so here, there's a key map of where the section cuts are being made. So we took section B and D is essentially at the highest point of the retaining wall and cutting through where the community room is now. And then 8 is a further little south, and C is moving east where the retaining wall starts to step down. So in this section A, the retaining wall is 16 foot 4 1/4. The building is 10 feet away. You can see that the second floor opens up already. You would already not be looking at the retaining wall on the first floor. 10 feet away would be the retaining wall.
And it's 10 feet away, I'm sorry, my name is Chairman, it's 10 feet away, the community, view from the community room?
No, well, that's from a unit at section A, and as we move through,
On the first floor, oh, okay. Section B is where. the community
section
room is.
B is where the community room is.
And D, section D is where the community room is.
That's right. Mhm.
B and D, but not A and C, there we go.
Right, here we have retaining walls about 12 feet away, and this is essentially the highest portion of the retaining wall, 20 feet, 4.5 inches. But at that point, you could even see, even though the second floor is still looking at the retaining wall, you would have a clear view to the sky. Section D, again, cuts through the community room, 10 feet away, 21.6. And section C,
I'm sorry, how tall is it at the, in D?
at D, 21.6
26 is the height.
of the retaining wall.
Right, and.
And
I'm sorry,
10 feet away.
10 feet.
10 feet.
Thank you.
I have a question for section D.
Mhm.
Being that the community room is now on that corner, you're showing the entrance to that room, to the community room from the exterior on this facade, on the back facade, and it's a covered entrance. How far off the building is that roof?
4 feet.
It's 4 feet.
Mhm.
So
Four.
is it just not drawn correctly on the plan? I'm looking at the plans that haven't been shown yet, but it looks like it's about 7 feet on the plans. So you're saying that there's gonna be a roof that overhangs 4 feet, so it'll be 6 feet away from that wall.
Well, yes, if it's 4 feet, but we'll go through the plan and we can look at that together.
Yeah, from the edge of the canopy to the wall is 6 feet.
And then section C is 17 foot, 6 feet away, and the retaining wall, as you can see, starts to now step down, and it's 10 feet 6 in this location. So this is the new plan,
A7.
A7.
A7, this is sheet A110. And it's dated 1/23/24, updated layout. We'll zoom into this area here. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I think we copied it over as it was on this side. It doesn't need to be as deep. I mean, even if it's 6 feet, it's still 4 feet away from the wall. I think even 4 feet, although no, it needs to be at least 7 feet, I think. Or 6 feet, the sidewalk. And so you can see here, the community room, we've relocated it. It's essentially the same size, 1,153 square feet. We ended up making a 2-bedroom here. This lobby and management office got a little wider due to that relocation of the 2-bedroom. And then we took advantage of this whole relocation and ended up putting our 3-bedroom in this location here. And I think one of the board members asked last week if we could essentially bring out the setback that we had here, which was probably about 10 feet last time. And we took advantage of that, moved that wall forward and created another bedroom, put the 3-bedroom in this location. So I think it worked out rather well.
Did you do that also in the, it looks like you did, the other bump out, wasn't as pronounced, but
Right, this was already done though.
that one was already there.
Mhm,
Okay.
yeah.
And
We,
the, management, that's the supervisor or whatever, the super's apartment is in the same place, that was what the lower.
yeah, that was gonna be the 2-bedroom, I'm not sure, did we call that out? The location? No, we didn't call that out yet, the location of it, but that would probably most likely be on the ground floor.
And I think one point of clarification from preliminary site plan, condition 18 of the resolution at the time had required that the super unit be on the first floor near the elevator and the community room, but now that the community room has been relocated, it's impossible to put the unit near both the elevator and the community room, so we would ask that that condition be revised based on those amended plans.
Do you want it near the elevator on the first floor, but not near the community room? To stay with what I think was the intent of the
Mhm.
board at the time of preliminary.
To have the super near the entrance, the main entrance to the building.
If
Or do
that,
you want to give the super the crappy apartment that's at the right, lower right-hand side with the next to the community room? You should just
That's a
figure it out.
we can make the appropriate, with the board's permission, we can make the appropriate amendment to the prior condition. Yeah, well, if I may, Mr. Chairman, was there an issue with respect, council to, some language with respect to the superintendent, unit in the ordinance, vis-a-vis, residential development being restricted only to affordable units? I don't know if there's, in my mind, there's sort of an interpretation there, whether it's a strict construction or otherwise, an interpretation of some language that was in our, is in our ordinance. So maybe, you can address that issue while we're on the super unit.
Sure, yeah. So related to the super unit, the potential interpretation is whether or not that unit is permitted as essentially an accessory type use to the overall residential community. It was always contemplated. It was also part of the application for preliminary. So to the extent that a strict reading of that language would require relief from that particular section of the ordinance, we are seeking that relief so that we can locate the supers unit in this building on the first floor.
And just for the benefit of the board, what's that? The board's, all the board members, and occasionally members of the public, there's a provision in the ordinance, residential development shall be restricted to only affordable housing units and shall be subject to all terms and conditions pursuant to Article 13 of this chapter entitled Affordable Housing. This is an affordable housing, 100% development like the other two. And a super unit, at least in my experience, and one interpretation is that's assumed to be accessory and part of, the affordable housing. It will still be 100% affordable and complying with UHAC requirements and the like. But that said, a very strict interpretation could be, well, technically the supers unit might not be an affordable housing unit per se. So I think what the applicant is doing, and I would concur with it from a legal perspective, of being out of an abundance of caution, is saying to the extent someone might determine us to need relief from the strict interpretation of that provision, would you be kind enough to give it to us? Since that was what was intended all along, I guess would be a paraphrase, and I would, call that a deviation. Maybe a bulk variance, certainly covered within the catch-all language in the notice that was provided, so the board certainly has the jurisdiction to grant that relief. Again, this is all to the extent necessary.
And if you remove that one unit, it doesn't mess up the IHAC or whatever.
No,
I mean, I could be taking one away, basically.
So it was always contemplated, including at the time of the settlement agreement that the borough entered into, that there would be a super unit. So Correct. If you take the super unit away, we're still compliant with not only UHAC, but also with what the borough is required to
Yeah,
provide.
I just wanted to be sure we're covered.
The only thing you get is you lost the super.
Or we have to pay them so little.
So, okay, so the board understands that, and at the appropriate time, if indeed the approval is granted, it would include, the relief of that bulk variance.
Thank you.
One more change that we had on the plans, last time we were showing all the PTAC units, the air conditioning units underneath the windows, so we removed them from the plans, since we're no longer doing them. And then, one item that the chairman asked if we could try and do was reduce the height of the roof. We essentially ended up moving these walls in at the roof. And we were able to lower the roof height by 2 feet.
When you remove those air conditioning units, I don't know, engineering wise, do you have to put something somewhere else? Mechanicals somewhere?
Yeah,
Do they go on the roof or where
The condenser goes on the roof, so
Yeah.
essentially you'll end up with a split system inside the unit in the
Right.
closet, mechanical closet, and the condenser on the roof.
and did you need to show that on one of your?
We had them
One
on
shown,
actually,
okay.
yeah.
I believe you stated that you had it shown on the original plans. just
Yeah.
In case you had to switch it.
So it's all those
Okay.
individual condenser units.
Towards the center of the roof,
Yeah, we
which
keep
is
them.
where they're generally requested to be.
And it was, I mentioned it, but it's our board's opinion that it's far enough away from the neighbors at the top of the hill, so as not to be, intrusive or the visually, those units visually or sound.
So,
You're not being asked to do any kind of sound baffles or anything like that on those units
they're really super quiet units.
anyway.
Yeah, really super quiet.
Good, thanks.
And just for purposes of the record, can you just identify the sheet?
Oh,
The
that,
roof
Just-
sheet.
Oh, yes.
that we're gonna call A8.
A130. And then we might as well call A9. Sheet A200, which is the revised elevations with the lowered roof 2 feet.
And A8 was A130 revised, which, the title of that is. What's that?
Roof plan.
Roof plan? It is.
And they're all dated 1/23/24.
Thank you.
Any questions?
You have my plan on there.
What plan?
Well, there's no, but the board members don't have plans. The question, yeah, I don't know if there's a question or not, but we have the exhibits.
Did you consider changing the shape of the building to reduce the height of the walls?
Not at this point. We looked at your sketch.
A potential sketch.
A potential.
Yeah, there was potentials. Yeah, I think there was a, if I understand correctly, council, the preliminary approval, the retaining wall was somewhere in the neighborhood of 35.5 feet. And there was a request and a condition of approval that good faith effort, and paraphrasing, made to try to lower the retaining wall height. And if my recollection is correct, the retaining wall height was reduced down to
Approximately 23 feet.
approximately 23 feet, from, was about 36 feet, 35.5. So the quick math, that's about 13, 14 feet, probably 40% or so reduction. That's bad math. That's why I went to law school. From the preliminary that was approved with the good faith effort condition to lower it, to this plan, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess the question, I should ask the architect or the engineer. But I think there's the question now is, has there been consideration and is there to lowering it even further?
Yes,
If
so our
I may-
engineer.
If I may just, this would be classified as like a value engineering assignment. Because what always happens is another eye looking at it comes up with some different way of addressing the problem. And if I can discuss that, what my value, my quote unquote suggestion is to, to reduce the wall even further. I'm not an architect, I'm an engineer, so I can't talk about the interior of the building, but I came up with some ideas for moving the building further to the west, or reducing the building to the west, and making it an L-shaped building, and which would, because of where the critical area is on the east side of the property, because that's where the grade is most critical. So that was my suggestion. And then what I did is I proposed lopping off or reducing the width of the building by about 44 feet, because that's what I originally thought was the about approximately 2 units per floor. And then I made the building an L-shaped building, and I added 64 feet instead of and the wall on the back corner went from 22 feet to 15 feet. And in the L shape, the wall went down to 12 feet. So I think that, it's just something to consider.
I certainly understand the exercise.
And I'm just sorry, just for the purpose of the record, because we're flipping from one expert to another, or keep both out here, but so this is back to the engineer who remains under oath, Mr. Shelley. Yeah. So which I would imagine is more appropriate, I don't want to say more appropriate, one of the two appropriate people, experts to address this inquiry to. So please proceed.
I think the exercise of looking at alternative options, again, is something that we had looked at, try to explore other avenues. I agree that any type of L-shaped building, one does reduce potential disturbance and height of the wall on the east side, but I feel like it creates additional implications on the north side of the building, where we're now cutting significantly into that slope, into the trail. That portion of the retaining wall that would run around any type of L shape that went deep into the property is now, saying into the slope, 10, 12, 15 foot in height. Now all of these ground floor units, all their windows are blocked by retaining walls. Again, we're lessening the overall height of it. So it's one, addressing some issues on one side, but creating additional issues, pushing the building further back into the site. More potential disturbance to any neighbors back behind it, where now you have potential for looking down onto a roof area with condensers on it. I think it helps address some issues while creating additional ones.
I agree. One of a couple of the problems or a couple of the issues, they're not problems, is it reduces the width of the building as you look at it from 202 from Mine Brook Road, because it goes from 260 feet to 215 feet. So the width of the mass of the building is decreased. And then, as I said, I added in my sketch, I added 64 feet when I took off 44 feet. If you want to make it the same dimensions, and it was a positive impact of putting the community room at that corner. So maybe some sort of combination of addressing these issues could be put forth. If you don't need the 64 feet in depth, you can only do the same. And then I left the width of the new area enough to get a double load parking lot underneath. So as I said, I put some thought into it and I made some recommendations, but this is like a value engineering assignment where you work with the applicant, you work with the layout, and you maybe maybe this is not the optimum, maybe the 64 feet would only be 44 feet. And then you just, with the interior layout, but basically there's a center hallway that makes a 90-degree turn and goes north. That was my idea.
I'm looking at the,
I mean, you have it on the screen.
that you had, and I'm looking at the elevations. It looks like your ground elevation for the parking is at 350.33. And the elevation behind the wall where the trash is 353.
Yeah, the trash is about the same elevation
Right.
as the ground floor
But I
parking.
mean, I'm talking about behind the wall.
Yeah, where
Is it
the
right?
trash is, we're actually
We're
the high
just about level there.
Yes,
So if you did make an L-shaped building, the parking would actually be the part below grade there, depending on how far back you went. So the first floor is above grade there. So if that L-shaped, if, again, if we're considering an L-shaped building, we're talking about, how far we would have to go, you would have to go back, and then we would have the same retaining wall issue. Really, you wouldn't. It wouldn't be as drastic as it is on the east side.
yeah, the height of the
Because
wall,
the property slopes down.
yes, you still have an instance where that wall is 10-15 foot in height and your ground floor windows are not. So it's now encompassing that whole ground floor as it would go around. Again, I understand and think that there's potential positives as you work on different scenarios of reconfiguring a building. But again, I think it also does create additional concerns as well where. Again,
Right, I totally understand, from my point of view, I was thinking there was gonna be a little bit more engineering design changes to the plan from what we spoke about. One of my concerns is that back wall, 260 feet straight across. Now you have a canopy that's over there, that's 6 feet away from the wall. It's gonna be dark. Is grass gonna grow there? It's like, I just have issues with that, about creating that valley. I mean, you're talking about a wall taller than that, 10 feet away. With now a roof in there. The 260-foot wall with no undulation at all, that's just perfectly flat. You have two stairwells that can either be pulled in or pushed out to give a little bit of design to it, or a little bit of something to that huge mass. Again, I was hoping for something more.
So was I, so that's why I put pen to paper, CAD to paper. And he came up with, and then I'm not tied to this layout. I just looked at maybe there's a combination of your layout and what I proposed. Because I'm not an architect, so I couldn't tell you about the interior of the building. But I tried to take the same outside dimensions and come up with something that hopefully would address the mass visibility from, because we reduced it by approximately 20% of the width. And for 15% of the total frontage, because there was a concern that the building was just too long.
Yeah, I mean, from an architectural standpoint, a bar-shaped building, which this is, it's a really efficient shape, cost-wise, building-wise. I mean, I think we gave it a really elegant front. Whether the back is a little flat, we could always bump something in and out, but again, it's a really efficient layout. The stairwells are at the ends. There's a certain means of egress distance that we have to meet for fire purposes. And, as you turn in a building, it's always costly. And then to wrap the corner of the building, surround it like a moat with a wall. We thought that while that back corner was somewhat high, I think we did address it by, moving over the community room, And maybe that front unit gets affected with the wall, but mostly everybody else will have more light and air rather than turning and going deeper, digging into the mountain.
But that front corner is now, under this sketch, is only 2.5 feet from the wall.
So I think there's many ways that
Yeah, I
somebody could
agree.
look at this, but the application was before the board at the time of preliminary and was approved, and then now we have tweaked it for the purposes of amended preliminary and final, but in the interim, we're addressing comments that we received at the initial hearing and that were conditions without completely starting over and redesigning the project. So this is an affordable housing project. It is in the borough's plan. There's importance in having this application before this board and having it approved. And I think that the applicant did address many of the comments. And as you heard from our experts, we do believe that this is a good plan for this particular lot. We obviously are constrained by the slopes that are on the lot, but given the features of the property, have done the work in between the time of preliminary and this application to reduce the wall significantly. As you had heard, it was previously 35 feet. We heard the comment that that's not the size wall that this board or the borough wants, then we're able to reduce it by approximately 12 feet. So though there are other options for what this could look like, this is what we saw as the most efficient option for this project and in keeping with what was previously provided to this board without going back to the drawing board and starting over.
And then I'd be compelled to add, so again, the board has all the information necessary to make an appropriate, reasonable, non-arbitrary, non-capricious, and non-unreasonable, a reasonable decision. That in addition to the board having given preliminary approval to a project that, among other things, had a wall that was 35% or so higher as approved than it is now. They reduced it by about 35%, I think, we're doing that math right. The law that governs this board, as council was just referencing, is in our housing element fair share plan. And it is consistent with the law, and it reads the Borough of Bernardsville and this board, since we're dealing with the redevelopment plan as our governing zoning ordinance. Excuse me, the housing element fair share plan and the zoning being our governing ordinance. The Borough of Bernardsville will focus on complying with New Jersey Administrative Code 5:93-10 affordable housing. Regarding ensuring the elimination of unnecessary cost-generating features from municipal land use ordinances. The municipality will eliminate development standards that are not essential to protect the public welfare and will expedite, open paren, quote, fast track, end quote, and paren approvals / denials on inclusionary development applications. This is 100% affordable, no market rate. The borough will cooperate with developers of inclusionary developments, and by extension, these are going to assume all the more 100% affordable housing development applications in scheduling, et cetera, et cetera. So in special meetings, et cetera, et cetera. So the point is, under affordable housing law and under the governing provisions of our housing element fair share plan that we're obligated to abide by, cost generation is not something that you view when you're dealing with a market rate applicant saying, I don't want it to be too expensive, I want my profit, et cetera, to be more. This is a situation where it's 100% affordable housing, and we cannot require things that would be quote unquote cost generative. I'm not saying that on behalf of the applicant. I'm saying that as the board's attorney to make sure the board understands all the law and provisions of our own housing element fair share plan that govern what we do. Because that's my job to make sure you know what to do when you do your job.
Well, if I could just add one more comment. This sketch, this value engineered sketch reduces the heights of the wall by about 40%. So I mean, the most expensive site element in this development, I would think, is the walls. And, you know, if you can reduce the cost of the wall by 30-40% of what was proposed, it's about half of what it's even less than half of what the original approval was, you know, in the thirties. I've got it down to 15 feet, when this latest submission had it about 22 feet. I just think that it's something to look at, just as a cost benefit, where you can save the cost of the site costs. And I'm just asking that you consider a little bit different layout in maybe you don't put the T or the extension to the back at 64 feet, if you put it at 50 feet or something less. And then you can give and take with all these elements.
If I may, if what the board is considering, and I don't know what the board is gonna ultimately determine, but if the board is considering the possibility of approving ultimately the application as proposed, with the condition that the applicant give consideration to an alternative plan or somewhere in between what's proposed and an alternative plan, and it's determined by the applicant that it is cost beneficial and value added, as at least one board member thinks it might be, then the applicant can make the determination to do what is in the economic interest of the applicant. But I don't know that the board should be guessing what's in the economic interest of the applicant, or more to the point, what is and isn't cost generative for the applicant, because we can't do something cost generative. I don't know if that's what the board is or might be considering, but I guess I'm posing it to the applicant. If the applicant would stipulate, if the board so desired, in the context of receiving approval this evening for the proposed plan, having a condition that they will consider the alternative, and they have the right, the applicant, to proceed with the alternative if it's in their economic interest to do so and not cost generative.
And I think to piggyback on Mr. Warner's point, as this is a 100% municipal sponsored project, economics is important because the town is a partner in this and will have to put the bill. So any cost savings would benefit not only the applicant, but the borough as well. And if the alternate plan does that, then it achieves that purpose to the benefit of both, because we're integrally tied to the project by virtue of the housing plan and the agreements that have been reached between the borough
The
and the town.
bonding, it's more than that, it benefits the borough dramatically.
And that was my motivation.
Correct, but we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have all the information, and to impose it without additional engineering and cost analysis in terms of relocating the spaces, the parking and all that goes into it, it's hard to determine. I think it has merit. I think there's an interesting thought here in terms of value engineering. I appreciate, it's not unknown that board members would like to see, designs and that work in your mind better, but I'm concerned about the agreements that are in place. I think what Mr. Warner is suggesting works because you still have the opportunity to implement something like this if it's beneficial to the borough economically and to the applicant.
And it would be mutual.
And
If it's good for one, it's good for both. If it's not good for one, ultimately it's not good for both.
But there has to be an understanding that if they go with an alternate, that they don't start the whole process over again with the site.
Because the time is economically detrimental, both not to the applicant, but ultimately to the borough, as we're aware.
So we're trying to work out a solution here to open the door to an alternative if it's economically beneficial to the borough, but not delaying the project such that, it doesn't happen without substantial investment on the part of the borough, tax dollars, to make up the difference in any funding we lose while we wait for all this engineering and architecture to be worked out.
As we addressed last time, and I'm sure the board remembers, the facts on the ground are that the opportunities for low-income housing tax credits are dissipating very quickly, and we've been advised that the alternative is the borough puts the bill. So,
100% affordable, you're on the hook.
so,
Business loans.
not
I
only
think you
is
came up
money,
with the
money.
answer, so I don't want to belabor this now. The answer is what you described, which is they're aware of this. They can investigate it at their option. If it's cost beneficial, they benefit, we benefit more if it's cost beneficial than they do. But they can investigate it at their, according to however they want to look at it.
Right, but
Here's a-
under the scenario, the board.
It's not part of the resolution.
Well, the board would be approving what's proposed,
Yes.
giving them the option of saving
Of
everybody
course.
money if they make that determination. Yeah. And if that's
So the
something the
one-
board's considering, I just wanted to make sure that the applicant would stipulate to it, or else, it's
So
all.
if we give them this plan,
I assume the applicant, I don't
They have
know,
it.
would the applicant stipulate to what I proposed, or what the board may propose? You did.
We did.
I'm taking notes, I didn't know.
Yeah. So the applicant would stipulate to that, again, confirming that it's at the applicant's option to
right,
investigate further and to make the determination.
I have sole discretion,
Sole
but
discretion, correct.
recognizing that it's mutually beneficial or it's not.
Not,
And that if it benefits you, the board's comfortable, you'll do that, and it's a benefit for and the borough.
Should we have
So,
this
but the approval would be of the plan as is, if indeed that's ultimately what the board decides. So,
you should mark the plan and evidence,
Should you mark the plan?
You know,
the concept plan.
We've been
discussing
the
this.
alternative concept plan, that's fine, why don't we could call it,
the board.
No, they have.
pardon me, as
The
board.
board exhibit.
Yeah,
B1.
I know,
Yeah.
that's what I just wrote, I was just about to say it, but that's okay. B1's comes from the board, not coming from the applicant. So B1 is a concept plan, we call it, alternative concept plan. So that we have a document that references the
Right.
stipulation, thank
And
you.
the note. I have one other thing coming back to the issue of the space in the back of the unit. You could consider, you have the bump out back there. You could consider pushing the wall further into the hill. It'll be higher, but further into the hill to create more space where the community center entrance is. Okay, just think about it. In other words, it's, how to engineer and architect. It's just, it's a thought. Because you may not care about 2 more feet back there.
And I'm available to help out.
Actually, we don't,
No, we're not.
that wouldn't be appropriate,
Right.
but,
I wanna,
at least at this stage.
one thing to consideration. When I was a kid, I grew up in an apartment house that faced, and my bedroom faced an air shaft. And straining up to look up to see the blue sky isn't the way you wanna live. And I think the extent these apartments face out onto a blank wall will have the same effect. I think you should consider the impact of any of these changes. Giving a better visual out the window, more fresh air and more sunlight. Not only on the profitability to the town and to the owner, but also on the morals and health of the residents of these. We're building affordable housing, we should make it absolutely as livable as possible.
Is there a fence on top of the wall? Do you have to worry about that? Is there? a
Yes,
fence?
there would be a fence on top of the wall for
Right, good.
wall protection.
That's by code.
Yeah, no, it's. That's envisioning.
No more questions.
All right,
Maybe a black fence.
are there any questions? I think we've drilled on the board and our professionals. Are there any questions from the public? What?
Well, I'm a member of the public. Question. The fence design will be not solid, black vinyl, correct?
Probably black aluminum, open picket style at the top of the fence, at the top of the wall, for fall protection, but open,
Open, so that
not a solid
black,
visual.
black fences that are open tend to disappear.
So the ivy. Oh, anyway.
I just wanted that on the record, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
All right.
No, I got it as a condition.
So are there any questions of this witness from the public?
Or if I may, Mr. Chairman, or for the engineer, since he gave additional testimony.
Oh, and then,
I'm sorry, just a quick question on A6. That's the cross-section plan. I think it was a good idea moving the community room, but the question is, do you need those full height windows? It doesn't do anything for the second floor units, but, you need the full height windows in that back corner. And they'd be, and that, and part of that unit room be buried a little bit. Like a transom type window or something.
Still got a door there.
Yeah, the door, but, door.
Oh, the exit.
I think to your point of trying to bring the grade up outside to lower the height of the wall, is that?
Yes, exactly. That's gonna be a cost factor, you know, the 16-foot high wall versus 20-foot high wall.
If we're able to do something in that area by not having those windows, that's certainly something we take a look at and see if that's something we can make work in that area.
It also, it does increase the cost of that wall, because it becomes a retaining wall now around the community room. Right, have to bring up the concrete, can't do just stick frame. This is essentially like slab on grade.
Oh, the foundational wall for the,
Yeah.
is what we're talking.
But we can look at it and see if there's anything we can do in that area to massage grade to further compress that wall.
Shaper.
It would be a slab on grade if you actually have parking below, so you would
Yeah.
have
And then like the stem wall that has to come up higher.
yeah, or even something where you step the wall back once or twice or something like that, and the wall goes higher, but instead of 10 feet away, it's 12 or 14 feet at least at the second floor height. Especially in that area where the community room is in the back and the overhang around the front door there, front of the back door there. We need to be mindful of our overall disturbance, you know, we're right at our 1 acre threshold, so anything that we're doing in the back of massaging the disturbance, we want to make sure that we stay within that. Obviously, we go above 1 acre, that triggers all sorts of different stormwater components that are, we talk about cost prohibitive to a project, that's something we'll keep in mind. I think we have some variations in that jog of the wall there. If we can kind of maneuver that around that walkway area, that's certainly something that we'll do. We'll take a look at, as we try to fine tune this design.
And another motivation I had of pulling the wall away from the property line is you've got like a 22-foot wall, only a few feet off the property line. And the way you design that wall and tie it back from falling down, and maybe a batter, I mean, you know, this way you have much more width to deal with between the edge of the wall and the property line.
And I just want to make sure we don't get, if we can, make sure a copy of B1 makes it to our board clerk.
Yes,
The board secretary, actually.
there's a second on Sinead.
That's B1.
Second. All right, well, you look at that, it's a construction trade-off, and that's cost, and however you construct the wall and so forth, so, fine.
So no.
All right, any questions no more from us, any questions from the public? None.
Is that your last witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you go right?
Public questions okay, so any comments from the public? If there aren't, then come on down and this time you get sworn in.
Thank you. You swear to God or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, Mr. Duff?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to say, I hike that trail quite often, Willow Trail, it's a great trail, and I appreciate, the work that the applicant did and keeping access to it. My, couple comments on how it lays out when you get to that trailhead, where you have a sidewalk coming one way. When you're coming down that hill, and obviously I don't know what the, aspect's going to be when there's a building there, but right now, you know, when you get to the bottom from that way, you're kind of coming like out into the light and being in the woods. If you have that sidewalk that just, you know, takes that left and goes into your private property, people are gonna go there. One of the issues that we've had, well, and coming back to the Parks and Recreation plan, one of the things people are asking for, have been asking for, and I believe it's the board's express intent to give them is connectivity within our, you know, between our green spaces, between our residential areas and getting to the parks. So I would respectfully suggest, you know, like Mr. Shelley said, you don't want to encourage people to be coming into your property. have something there, to say, residents only. I don't know if it has to be a gate, but, something to signify, you go this way, you're going into, the residence area, you don't want to do that. And just, I guess, a suggestion from Mr. Sable's firm is when you're looking at the landscaping for that, 10-foot easement, really something, a lot of problems we have with our easements and connectivity is we have easements, they're just not marked, people don't know about them. So really kind of make it clear that this is a place where the public's allowed to be and can be and should be if they want to get to the trail. Also on that, point, I missed the last meeting, so I don't know whether it was mentioned, but I do remember it was mentioned last year when this application was first here, going back to connectivity was the idea that we wanted to be able to bring these residents, and the residents, further up the hill there, down to the Rose Bowl and to the new Nervine Trail when the dam is removed and that's, reestablished. So there was conversation about maybe the applicant taking the ball and running with it on getting a crosswalk across 202 there that would connect the, residents to the Rose Bowl baseball field, get, kids over there, a place to play, as well as the access to the trail that would then run behind Borough Hall over there and up to the park. So I don't know whether that was discussed or whether that's something that, could be done, but I don't know, I just feel like having more connection, more people, asking, sometimes our phone calls to DOT don't get returned as quickly as maybe other people's, I don't know, it's something I thought I mentioned. But yeah, thank you for your work on these ones.
Could the experts, would that be the responsibility of the town, for example, like, to mark with a sign, that easement, would that be on the town as opposed to the applicant? For the future?
I guess technically, the applicant can do it with the township, with the borough's permission, or the borough could do it, I guess,
Okay.
or neither, I guess.
Between the borough
Yeah.
and.
It should be
I
the
agree.
responsibility, there'll be signage, if the borough wants to be sure it's
What
accurate.
I'm hearing is there needs to be a clear delineation to what's public and what's private, so that people
Yes.
don't trespass.
At least.
And are directed, like a wayfinding sign to the proper trail, but I think that's in everybody's interest.
Does it make sense? It may make sense, if the applicant so stipulates to have that subject to the negotiation discussion with the township committee, borough committee, borough council, my apologies. That's why you say governing body, with the borough council to decide who and how and where. Is that something the applicants can stipulate to as far as the demarcation, for the benefit of the public and, the applicant?
Well, when we work out the plan, the condition, we'll design it, and we'll keep that in mind when we work with the applicant.
So say so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, thank you.
Stipulate.
I was just looking for the yes, thank you.
I think there is that.
Any more questions from?
What is the status of the DOT application?
There's a pending application to DOT, they provided some comments, there's some discrepancies between the application and the originally being signed by the applicant, not by the borough. They wanted a traffic control plan and reviewed stormwater. So that stuff is still pending. A couple details, taper on the new proposed curbing along Brook Road. All items that we're sending back to them to get back into their court to continue that approvals process.
You need DOT approval to get your financing?
We would need DOT approval to close out our board compliance before it would get to the stage of construction, but
Well, my question is, does that hold up your ability to draw from the available funds?
So we have to complete resolution compliance and then have our final set of construction drawings in order to file for financing. So all of the conditions inclusive of outside agency approvals have to be received.
Okay.
But you can pull a building permit without DOT approval. It's pending.
So
The regulations require it for a CO. The DOT
We would
regulations.
not, working for municipality, we would never issue any kind of building without DOT, either letter of no interest or permanent. Because God forbid something happens and they've been known with all projects, so.
You wouldn't have signed plans.
We wouldn't sign, we would let you sign. Because that's a condition of approval, all other governmental agencies, that's a standard thing. So we'd love to help you out, but that's one that, you know, you gotta deal with.
So I'll say DOT regulations say that they can, you can pull a building permit, but you need a CO for the DOT.
And that would have to be a specific condition
Okay,
for us to sign.
Yeah.
Plans.
So we say it's at the applicant's risk, and
yeah,
then that should be clear in the resolution, because we're tied to the conditions of the resolution.
And whatever the funding grants, because there are any number of considerations that.
I'm just saying,
I mean, I'm not,
If that's what they needed, a building permit, they could get one.
nobody knows those other regulations. better
That may not be of any
than
interest.
I'm just saying, if you need to be authorized to do that. We are, or more than that, we would sign. A lot of other agencies.
I'm just saying those are DOT regulations.
Okay. Then,
Then they go
if
forward.
it's addressed in the resolution, then, you know, we can require for CO, which would help them. I always thought you had to get that first. I defer to you on any matters.
Well, it's a risk.
Yeah, let me get more.
Yeah, but the timing may, you may need it for timing.
I think, well, the applicant, I guess, should make that
The other
determination.
way,
I think we're about to hear from.
So I think part of the challenge is that when you file these applications for financing, the HMFA looks at their checklist of items, and one of those is that you completed your resolution compliance, so if it's a condition, we have to have it. If it impacts the design of the plan in any way, they're gonna ask us about it. So
we wouldn't be doing them any favors, is that the bottom line?
it likely would not help. It's like we wouldn't be able to bypass it
But it was a good.
with financing anyway.
Skip it. Yeah.
Okay,
Anyway, I think, yeah, we've closed the public,
I just did now,
and,
and so we're waiting for summary.
summation if any.
Sure, I will keep it brief. So as we stated earlier this evening, we are here for amended preliminary and final site plan relating to this 100% municipally sponsored affordable housing project. We believe that we have heard the comments from the board and your professionals and have returned with plans that address those comments, providing a great building for these units on this property. We believe that we have reduced the retaining wall sufficiently in order to provide enough light and open air and also make it constructible. We've addressed the trail easement and will continue to do so with the borough so that we can finalize the actual paperwork for that easement. We, as you've heard through testimony this evening, also were able to address comments from your fire official to make sure that the building and the plans are safe from their perspective as well. So overall, we think this is a great project and it will certainly satisfy the affordable housing requirement as to this property and the overall, the second of 3 overall sites. So we hope that the board looks favorably on this application.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, I just want to confirm with council the relief being requested on the board before the board deliberates and decides whether or not to grant.
Sure.
The amended preliminary and final site plan approval and the deviations I have in my notes, please correct me if I'm wrong. We still have front yard setback 16.6 feet versus 35 feet minimum required.
Yes.
We still have exception for parking setback from property line 5.2 feet versus 10 feet.
No, that one was eliminated.
That was eliminated, thank you. Parking setback from Brook Road 14 feet versus 25 feet. Correct. Correct. Where are we? And then the only other one I have, so to save a little work, applicant's council, please let me know if you have another one other than this one. Is the one we did this evening, which is the strict relief from the strict construction of the affordable housing provision to the extent it would require such relief for a superintendent apartment.
Yes, and also signage.
That's a time, which is effectively roughly the same, if not the same as the exception, the relief that was granted to
Bernards.
Avenue, application,
And
same
it just-
size?
It's a little bit larger, just based on the speed limit of this particular road. And
Yeah.
So it's for the-
Dimensions there, thank you.
4.5 foot tall by 10 foot in length,
In width.
Whatever.
in width. however-
Land door width, I guess, yeah, right?
Can I
But not height.
Can I just,
and the
can
location.
I just?
And the location in the front yard, right?
Can I
Front
just
yard?
ask a question, a clarification of the sign? You have a generic name that says community something. Have you named that, building yet?
Not yet.
So it's not just going to be the number, the address, it will be snappy.
Like today where.
Yeah.
Right.
So it'll be a name, an address, and then RPM community at the bottom.
And then what on the bottom?
It says an RPM community.
Was that, is that everyone's agreement that those are there's a list of
The
the.
sign setback was also.
Yeah, the front yard and the, well, just in the front yard, is there also a sign setback, or just
It's
located
just
in
the
the front?
0 foot.
It's 0 feet.
Oh, well, zero feet.
setback.
The description of the sign.
Right.
It will be captured as part of that variance.
Yep, I just want to make sure I got it for rest. Okay, so, and the board has, so the board now knows the relief being requested. If it's a grant, I'll assume it's a grant with all the stipulated two conditions, unless you want to not require any of them. Let me know if you're taking any out. But that's what I would understand, there's the relief granted to be. Pardon me?
You said you passed about taking it out.
No, so the design, right?
Any of the stipulated two conditions, if the board doesn't want it, accept the stipulated two conditions.
Mr. Leonard, we also have, that our exception, potential exception from RSIS if they require the utility pole.
I was gonna ask that, so.
Madam Chairman, for, and I'm sorry, for the utility pole, not the, you're not talking about the.
No, if they require a utility pole on our side,
Oh, instead of going underground.
yes,
Yeah.
we would go underground on the pole.
Got you, yeah, no, that one we put, yeah, back in. Okay, the board's familiar with that one.
Yeah.
As well.
Same reason.
And what about a flexibility on the rear setback? Because
Oh, you wanna leave?
In the event that they.
The
don't finish the
alternative
sign.
plan, yeah.
Which could also result in slope disturbance. That may need relief.
Yeah, we could still
Rear
give-
yard,
We could still give them.
setback and slope disturbance to the extent required. If the alternative layout is
beneficial.
pursued.
And the C2 benefits argument for that would be the savings in cost and the better, design that satisfies, purpose, I think is high, but, with better design alternatives. So there's double visual environment, correct, and thank you, Mr. Planner. And, that would cover that. I think, so still a better lawyer, as a planner than I am a planner as a lawyer.
Whatever, we know.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so,
I did, is that all the relief? That's all the relief, and again, I'll assume it's with all the stipulated two conditions, if it's an approval of 4 out of 6 or more, for a passage of this 100% affordable housing project, pursuant to our settlement agreement, housing element fair share plan and rezoning ordinance.
okay, so you need a motion, right? Who wants to move the resolution?
I'll move the resolution.
Because that, not, I think that is a motion to grant with all stipulated two conditions.
What are the
Is
conditions?
that right? Thank you. Yes, I figured it.
The second from
Second.
Karen seconds,
Okay, Ms. Gardner,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
yes.
Mr. Horowitz,
Yes.
Mr. Simoff,
Yes.
Mr. Walden,
No.
and Mr. Zazarino.
Yes.
The motion carries.
5-1.
Thank you very much.
Good. Don't go anywhere. If you, does anyone want to break for 9:30? Nose and no hands, I guess. That's good, yes. Everyone else? Okay, all right, so we're going to take a break until 9:30. What are program?
Yeah, okay.
He's like.
Well, I was gonna say, you're like, well, I'm not a, architect, I'm like, really? Okay.
Yeah.
That was an extra comment about the passion user group, coming out of that. Well, it's interesting, I don't think there's any sidewalk, either side. There's no sidewalk either side of it.
There's no sidewalk. That's going to be extremely major.
But they're in space. There's a hill, and it's also, you know, what's 35, 40 bucks. I'm curious about this concern hospital, but you know, residential, does the state come in and lower? No. Really?
No, that's why, that's gonna be really. When people are going to have to really take their. Street there. And that's, the crest of the hill is right at the beginning of that lot.
Why wouldn't they go there, well, they're so out of this way, and you must be about to go now.
That's the whole property, the whole. In their direct.
Isn't it Texas? No. They want it to be fancy. How does that work? So let's say the town decides. You have to do a study into the state of.
No, we got a lot.
That's far so.
Yeah.
Civil War stuff. Surveyor.
Yeah.
I don't know what they, I just.
No, down the state still. Unless they're.
Right. Have you guys, heard? Oh, we did. It's so.
Yeah, that's still the same talk and it's still the same.
Yes, they
Here.
What we're talking about. I guess. Wrong.
Yes.
That's the resolution.
Yeah.
We're not bad, right?
Oh, so.
That was.
I have it on.
I see.
What concept?
Well, no, there are. Right now.
We can see ourselves.
There's all sorts of applications.
I don't have that. That's a problem. There's no good side.
If you speed in and out of this room, we're gonna red light, give you. If you speed in and out of the room.
Oh, yes.
Taking.
Does it go by sound? Right, whoever's talking.
Oh, maybe.
I think that's what.
Yes, that's how houses do that. But then myself.
I don't have the exact words.
Yeah.
Picture that. I know. It's hard. The board. I have it in my notes. Exactly.
We don't tell them.
They're really some person are.
Yeah. We had a full.
That's right. All right, ready?
Yes. We are back on the record.
Second, seven. And so we're ready whenever you are. To hear, we are now ready to hear the Brook Road and Renewal Association. Their proposal, the third, which is for 18 Mount Airy Road. It's block 124 lot 1. They're seeking amended preliminary and final measure affordable multifamily site. It was being complete back in July last year. And for those that don't know, this is where the Everman parking lot is to the train tracks. Just over the bridge as you're leaving Mount Airy. So we are ready.
And Mr. Chairman, as applicants about to give the opening, I just want to remind the board and everyone that the notice was provided for December 14, I believe, at which point we found that the notice was sufficient and the board had jurisdiction and carried it without further notice to January 11, and then again to this evening, January 25th, both without further notice, and we do have the appropriate extension of time to act for at least the end of this month. And I believe once we get rolling, I think we might need to confirm that we can, the application is being complete from both our planner and our engineer, and then we can proceed accordingly. But I won't steal applicants' counsel's thunder any further.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Good evening again. We're back. So we are now here on behalf of the applicant for the purposes of the record, Nicole Madziak, MAGDZIAK of the law firm Day Pitney. Brook Road Urban Renewal Associates LP is seeking amended preliminary and final site plan approval related to the property at 18 Mount Airy, which is designated as block 124 lot 1 on the borough's tax map. As some members of the board may recall, this application received preliminary approval by resolution October 13th of 2022 to remove the existing paved parking lot that's currently on the property and to construct two two-story multi-family dwellings for a total of 12 units. The amended application that's before you this evening continues to seek approval for two multifamily buildings, each to contain 6 units. We're proposing 8 2-bedroom units and 4 3-bedroom units in this particular development. We are also proposing associated parking and landscaping, sidewalks, so other related site improvements. What you'll note from the testimony that you hear this evening is that there are several, I'll call them main changes that were made to the plans between the time of preliminary and now this amended preliminary and final application. The building was actually slid back within the lot. So as you may recall, there was an easement shown on the plans, initially a potential easement to New Jersey American Water. We have since been notified that that easement will no longer be located in that particular spot. So we were able to move the building back away from the road, which was actually a comment that we received at the time of preliminary. We also relocated the drive aisle as far south as possible on the site. And we eliminated any windows facing the neighboring property owner, which was a concern at the time of preliminary. So with that, I'd like to, one, address completeness and make sure that the board and its professionals consider this application to be deemed complete. And then to the extent that that is determined, we have 2 witnesses this evening. One is our engineer, Kevin Shelley, and our architect, Aaron Kumo.
Mr. Chairman, I took the position that this is an amended preliminary and final, and that the details that were not provided, they agreed to provide as part of the preliminary rules. We'd already granted those waivers, so I figured let's proceed with the application. I felt that that is sufficient to mention. I think Mr. Friday had a few things that we wanted to see waived technically, and I can objection to that.
I carried 3 items that were in the original completeness review that the applicant agreed to do. Contours within 100 feet of property, we did have a question on what the height of retaining walls are going to be based on the contour information that was provided. Structures within 300 feet, I know there's an aerial map on the plan. Hard to see the adjacent structures from that. We recommended the increase in size. The other one is the property on the list. Usually there's a property on the list on the plans. They agreed to that prior, it hadn't been done, but again, those were.
Third one, the property, what?
Property owners list.
Oh, property owners list.
It's based on the plan, it's blank.
Traditionally, it's on the plan. Obviously, there's a list because it's submitted with the application, notice is given and it's reviewed, jurisdiction is established for hearing. But it's a good thing to have on the plan because then you can observe, who's affected, but also if you have any conflicts with the owner too. I know every board I know likes to see that. So, and for the benefit of the board members and any members of the public, this is item 4 on page 2 of Mr. Brighton's August 18, 2023 memo, at least as I see it. And those are the 3 checklist items are there.
They were previously granted for the preliminary hearing.
Mm-hmm.
They were granted, the understanding they can be put on the plan, so that should be carried if the board is going to be complete, it should be carried as a condition.
In your opinion, can the board hear the application and have those 3 conditions of approval?
I have no issue with that.
Okay,
Or do I?
good.
Okay, so does the board deem the application complete then, and recognizing that the one or more of those conditions would be conditions of approval?
Aye, all in favor, aye, any opposed? None?
You've been deemed complete, I think we can continue with the chair's permission.
First.
Thank you. So with that, we'd like to introduce our first witness, Kevin Shelley.
Kelly, since this is a new hearing, Mr. Shelley, while I swear you in, I'll ask everyone else who's going to testify to allow me to swear them in, including our board professionals, which is Abel and Mr. Brighton. So please raise your right hand. Do all of you swear to God or affirm that the testimony is that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Shelley, just because this is a new application, can you just provide the board with your background, education, and confirm that your license is correct?
Sure. I am a licensed professional engineer in New Jersey since 2012. My license is current and in good standing. Testified for various boards across the state, previously in front of this board.
Including, as long ago as 5 minutes.
We'd like to offer him as an expert in engineering.
Accept.
Thank you.
Thank you. At the beginning here, I would just like to mark a couple exhibits that I would like to use this evening. The first we can call as exhibit A1, which is a colored site rendering of the proposed development. It is dated January 11th, 2024. I have exhibit A2, which is a colored site rendering of the application that was presented to the board for preliminary approval. That plan is dated August 4th, 2022. And I also have another exhibit A3, which is just an updated layout plan based off of the changes that were made to the plan recently, as it was indicated that the New Jersey American Water easement has been taken away, so we made a couple modifications to the plan that is shown in front of the board. Again, that is a updated layout plan dated January 11th, 2024.
And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, if I could ask for clarification, am I correct that when you say the easement was taken away, that there may not have been an easement actually ever located, JC, no? NJAW, New Jersey American Water, on the site, there was perhaps an expectation that it might be located there, but that if I understood correctly, but actually it will not be located there, it will be located elsewhere off-site, is that accurate?
Correct. It was a proposed easement at the time of the initial concept planning on the site. We were advised by the borough that we're negotiating with New Jersey American Water to provide an easement through this property, and we were asked to work around it, which we had tried to do every step of the way. For a small property, a 25-foot wide easement was pretty impactful to our development options. So again, we were advised that the borough was no longer pursuing an easement through this property with New Jersey American Water, and so the plan was updated accordingly.
It was on the plan, so
Oh,
they've updated the plan.
Yeah, oh, yeah, no, absolutely, yeah, more to nomenclature, but just so everybody understood, it actually never even existed.
Correct. It was always a proposed easement.
Yeah, it's not being moved off-site, it's just not originally being moved on-site, it's starting elsewhere.
So the subject property is located on the eastern side of Mount Airy Road, just to get everybody familiarized with the project again, butts the railroad property to the north. Again, currently a municipal parking lot. It is 0.74 acres in size. It is a flag shaped or panhandle shaped, depending on your nomenclature here. And it is located in the affordable housing AH6 zoning district. The applicant proposes to construct two-story apartment buildings totaling 12 units, all of which are low to moderate income affordable housing units, which are permitted use in the AH6 zone. I will use exhibit A2 now to show. At the time of the preliminary hearing, the design for the property had the drive aisle in the northernmost end of the site abutting the railroad property. Again, it was trying to respect New Jersey American Water easement that was proposed at the time, with the buildings pushed to the far southern end of the property. Main concern at the time was the drive aisle and its location to the overpass over the railroad tracks. So better. We ran out of battery, great. At the top of the plan, there were concerns about line of sight. And visibility concerns from the site entrance. There we go, sorry. Technical difficulties. So the drive aisle was located on the northern end of the site. Closer to the overpass over the railroad tracks than currently exists today for the municipal parking lot. It was both comments from the board as well as comments we received from Somerset County. And the recommendation was, and what we portrayed to the board at the time of preliminary was we would come up with an alternate concept that took this drive aisle, pushed it as far south away from the railroad crossing as possible to give as much line of sight looking that way as possible. And that is what we have done. Again, flipping back to exhibit A1. No, not the exhibit. That's exhibit A1. So again, the drive aisle of the property is now located as far south as we can. You can see in the bottom left corner here, there's an existing utility easement for transformer on the property. The proposed drive aisle is pushed right up against that easement. The parking spaces are pushed right up against that easement to try to maximize the space. The parking, the drive aisle comes in past the first building, turns 90 degrees. We've got parking spaces up against the rear 6-unit building, and the other parking spaces located along the southern property line here. The main change from the plans that were submitted to the board as part of the amended preliminary and final application is now the removal of that proposed New Jersey American water easement, which previously and on the plans in front of you took this first building and pushed it right up on the drive aisle. Not ideal, but we were trying to work within the constraints of that American water easement. Without the easement, the building shape was reconfigured a bit. The building was pushed back from the drive aisle now. So it is now 11 feet back from the drive aisle. There's no need for variance relief for a internal roadway proximity to the front building there. So we're able to eliminate that one condition. And really it creates a better flow for the development. We've got parking spaces located along the southern property line. Similar as the time of the preliminary application, this site, along with all the other sites that we've discussed for the affordable housing plan, requires retaining walls to flatten the site in order to create a development pad for both buildings. So along the southern property line, the eastern property back behind building 2, and along the northern property line along the railroad tracks are retaining walls. The walls in total, I'm sure I'm giving you the best information here. The northern wall would be a maximum height of 5 feet, and there will be a solid vinyl privacy fence installed on top. The eastern wall back behind building number 2 is about 2 feet in height, and again, there will be a 6-foot vinyl privacy fence on top. And the southern wall along here will have a maximum height of 4.7 feet. There will be a guide rail installed between these parking spaces that abut the retaining wall. And then again, a 6-foot solid vinyl privacy fence will be installed behind the guide rail on top of the wall. The privacy fence will provide visual screening from any type of headlights that are parking in these spaces, so they are not impactful to the neighbor. Again, so we're talking about the retaining walls. They're 5 feet and under. The development site is on the high side as opposed to the Brook property that we just discussed, where that was located on the low side of the retaining walls, and those walls would be impacting the residential units. The subject properties on the high side of all the retaining walls. So that is, the wall design is not impacting the residents. Again, an updated application was submitted back to the county for additional feedback. The county has requested additional survey work in both directions along Mount Airy Road, which we've obtained. In all likelihood, based off of still, again, the drive aisle is as far south as possible. We can't push it any further, but in all likelihood, there's still not going to be the appropriate site distances from the drive aisle looking over the railroad crossing further north, which would mean that we're expecting the county would limit the turning movements leaving the site. There will be a no left turn out of the site. You'll be required to turn right out of the property based off of the visibility. Again, there's not much we can do with the overpass and the abutment and fencing located along the railroad there. So that we believe that in all likelihood is going to be the outcome of our conversations with the county.
Are they gonna require the channel lines?
I don't have that information from that. They haven't provided that. We believe though, just based off of the additional survey information that they requested and what we found during that survey, that there's not going to be an appropriate line of sight from here to there. So we don't believe that they're going to permit there to be that left turn movement out of the site. I don't have any other feedback from the county at this point besides their request for additional information.
Where's the current, the current parking lot?
Current parking lot, the driveway for the current parking lot is a
There.
little bit further to the
So
north.
this is an improved sightline over what's there
It's an
today.
improvement from what is there now, and that is the argument that
You're trying.
the traffic, well, yes, the argument is the traffic generated by 12 units compared to what a municipal parking lot is much less substantial.
Right.
But again, in all likelihood, we want to make sure that there's a safe maneuverability out of the site, and that's why we believe the likelihood that they will limit it to not permit a left turn out of the site.
You want to make a left turn, you're gonna have quite a preference. You're gonna have to go down Anderson Road, make a left on Mill Street, make a left.
Right.
on-
You've got the ability to turn down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I apologize, but as the board knows, it's a hearing, we can't have conversations on the day, it just has to be testimony and back and forth, one individual speaking at a time.
All right, well, you obviously know, that today it's a worse condition than what you're proposing, and but they have the option saying, well, it's not quite, whatever, it's not so big.
Correct. We've made the application, we've made our points and analysis. At the end of the day, it's the county's jurisdiction as to what happens with the turning movements from this driveway. We've improved them to the maximum extent that we can. And that's where the application's at.
And what about left turns in? Did they mention that?
They had not mentioned that.
Can't get in anyway with the traffic. No, that's okay, sorry, we live here, so we know the.
No, I understand.
So keep going.
In the application, we are proposing 18 parking spaces for the 12 units. That is a parking ratio of 1.5 spaces per unit. RSIS requires 24 parking spaces with a 10% reduction for the EV. So the total required for the property is 21. And again, 18 spaces are being proposed, which will require variance as well as de minimis exception from RSIS.
And if I may, Mr. Chairman, just on that one item, if I recall correctly, and Mr. Zabel will correct me if I'm wrong, but more importantly, I think I stole that memory from something Mr. Zabel told me, but there is something built into the definition of that parking requirement as well as, if I recall correctly, RSIS.
Yes.
And that is an exception for proximity to downtown and or transit oriented developments, railroad, et cetera, that might be applicable for the board to consider, again, if I recall correctly, not only in the context of variance relief, but also in the context of if a variance is even deemed necessary by the board, because the board has flexibility. I hope I got that close to right.
Yeah, it's page 3 of my report, section 20-20.7 A2B, talks about the relaxation of planning requirements. Where the applicant, the burden on the applicant to demonstrate to the board's satisfaction that the standards can be reduced. And the standards are derived from the RSIS, and it talks about proximity to and availability, for example, public transit. If that's viable, is that issue that the applicant should address that as part of the variance.
And if I may though, Mr. Sabo, am I correct that if the board can consider that based upon the applicant's presentation, both in the context of whether the variance relief should be granted, but also to the extent the variance relief is, I know it's another way of saying it on semantics, but it is, or the requirement is alleviated so that perhaps even the variance relief is not necessary.
That is correct. That is also in my.
Yeah, no, that's sort of a.
You can determine that because.
Can't empty head full, it's all saying.
Well, the board can determine based on proper testimony that the variance is not required.
And just as a further statement, RSIS is statewide, while in Hoboken, you don't require the same amount of parking as you do in Tewksbury.
Exactly. So RSIS permits alternate parking standards based off of a variety of different aspects. Household characteristics is one of them. And the second one that I'd say is applicable to this site is location of available mass transit. The fact that train station is a quarter mile away, 5 mile walk to this site is a huge bonus. 5 minutes, not 5 mile, quarter mile away. But the main aspect is household economics here, and we're talking about affordable housing. We've worked on hundreds of affordable housing projects across many different municipalities across the state. RPM has thousands of affordable housing units within their portfolio that they own and maintain and manage. There are instances where we've had to develop sites as 100% affordable housing developments following RSIS requirements. And it ends up being a massive sea of vacant parking spaces that are never used that would be better purposed as green space. In almost every instance, 1.5 spaces per unit for family developments is the maximum that they see in terms of highest occupancy. And that's not even accounting for developments that have the availability of mass transit. We're talking about suburban sites that we have that 1.5 spaces is the maximum that you find. It's just not, the economics of affordable housing are different compared to a market rate site development where some of the units have, where everyone has a car or people have more than one car. The reality is on affordable housing sites, some people won't have a car. Many people will not have 2 vehicles. The 1.5 spaces per unit for affordable housing development falls well in line with what RPM sees as they manage all their properties. It's in line with what we found on other affordable housing projects that we've worked on all across the state, that 1.5 spaces for a family site, regardless of the availability of mass transit, is more than adequate. But again, for this particular site, with the location and the availability of that transit, that's an extra bonus for this property as well.
And Mr. Shelley, your planner will also support that in his testimony or correct as well as part of the planner.
From an engineering perspective, maybe it's appropriate, Mr. Sabo, as a planner, if you disagree or concur.
That has been my experience as well. There's certain demographic differences between inclusionary 100% developments where we're noticing that the parking standards are greater than for the reasons that Mr. Shelley has testify, so I could infer that that's been our experience and that's what we've observed.
What's the green, box in the center, the lower, the south center? What is that green rectangle? What is that?
That's just a small curved island that separates the last parking space. This area here is, an area for vehicles to back up, out of these parking spaces for the trash truck as it pulls in to be able to have an avenue to K-turn and get their way out. This is just a small grass median that's in the way, so it's not all asphalt.
What's the bump back, the little bump, to the right of it, what's
Here.
that?
Again, that's a backup space for a vehicle parking here. You want at least 5 feet from that from the edge of that parking space for that car to be able to back out, pull out of their space and be able to make that maneuver to get out.
Okay.
So it's a turnaround space for vehicles as well as the trash truck as it navigates the site, so that it's not ending up in a scenario where it's trying to back out. It can pull in, pick up the trash, back into that area, get out.
So I did value engineering too, so when we get to it,
Okay.
gives you 2 more parking spaces.
2 more parking spaces in that.
And I don't see explicitly that you define the one, what amounts to a van accessible space. It's supposed to be 11 feet wide. You see the slash, the hatch,
Yes.
the hatch section is always 5 feet by code.
Yep.
If it's van accessible, it's 11 feet, which you've got the space for, right?
Right, we typically show all of our spaces at 9 foot, and then we add that extra, and then at the end, once we finalize the details, that island shifts down to 5 feet. And we
Yeah,
make sure we
and
have the 11.
it also has to be 22 feet deep.
Yep.
So you've got to allow for that in your access way. So,
So do we have that?
Again, the building here is not near the front setback. If this building needs to shift forward to that additional
you can, well,
depth, we can,
there's a way to do it.
Yes.
Like I say, I can get you 2 more spaces.
Yeah, that, I was just getting confirmation on the record that they can do it, it's feasible.
So they'll be able to, but they have to know they need to do it.
yeah, understood, yes.
To accomplish it.
So your site plan shows shows the parking space, shows the dash area to the north and the parking space to the south.
Correct. This
Yeah.
this crosswalk across here has been shifted. The handicap accessible space has been mirrored as well.
What is your handicap obligation? I mean, clearly, you could, once you have the 11 feet, which is, that'll be.
Yep.
Which is a van accessible, and the 5 foot hash, the space next to it.
Will comply as
only has
well.
to be 8 feet.
Yes, you need at least 8, these spaces are
Would
all.
be a
done.
second ADA. How many?
You only
how many
require
do you
one.
need? You only need one. It has to be van accessible.
Yes.
And it also has to be EV, right?
So that's where there's the new EV rules. We
Alright.
found that. The short answer is we have the flexibility to make this an additional handicap accessible non-EV space
Yeah,
to make sure that it complies with the EV rules, the ADA rules.
okay. No,
Because
I know you've got a
Yes.
lot of opportunity. I'm just saying we can get 2 more spaces for you. So then it becomes the minimum, or whatever. Who cares? You're arguing 1.5. You can get 2 more. Okay, keep going. The other, oh, by the way, when you were explaining the shortcomings of the first plan,
yes,
the first one. It obscurely had. You got out of your car and you walked around the building to get to your front entrance. So it was totally unrealistic.
there were several shortcomings of the plan to try to work within all those constraints.
Yeah, you did.
The parking wasn't great, the circulation, none of it was ideal.
No.
I think this plan greatly improves all of those shortcomings. It improves the visibility out at the intersection to the maximum extent that it can. So again, I think this is a much improved plan versus what was originally shown to the board, and we told you we were gonna do these things, and we believe that we followed through with.
And the retaining wall on the north edge is not the kind of retaining walls we've been talking about. It's a retaining wall that lets you build to the line, right? I mean, it's.
Yes, we are the high
You're
side.
the high side and
We
you're
put-
filling in the
Exactly.
retaining wall.
Yep.
Okay. The other one is the reverse of that. Okay.
Yes, Brook is a completely different type of
No, you know.
development. Yep.
It's, you're filling into the retaining wall. Okay.
And another question about the county. County, I believe, has this as a. So what is the right of way and what is proposed right of way?
The,
For Mount Airy.
yeah, Mount Airy, I believe it was 66 feet is the request.
Where does 66?
So we've, that was in the county's initial review, was to provide a right of way dedication. We countered back with an easement along the property frontage, in lieu of, the dedication which they agreed to. I'll zoom in so everybody can see it on here.
Meaning the county accepted the easement as opposed to the dedication.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. You know, a dedication then starts to trigger all sorts of impacts, a building of coverages, setback issues. So the county agreed to take, an easement along the frontage, in lieu of a right of way dedication.
So 33 feet from center line.
Correct.
basically.
Yeah,
And that's where the bushes are.
correct. Yeah, the improvements here, there's a dash line on here. This line in the front is the current property line.
Right.
This dash line here is the new easement that would be dedicated to the county if they, for whatever reason, decided they could ever widen the road there and had enough.
There's a transformer on the right side of the easement, the correct side, right beside it. No, it is,
The
yeah.
transformer would not be impacted, the signage would not be impacted, again, we'll get
The
into.
transformer's fine.
Transformer
Yeah.
fine, yeah.
Good.
Again, while we're on the topic, a monument sign is proposed, at the front of the property.
Variance relief.
Variance relief is required. Sign, size is 4.5 feet tall by 7.5 foot long. The sign area itself, 2.5 foot by 6 foot. Which is
You're not going too fast through there.
And is it on the southwest
You could-
part or is that?
It's located on the southern corner here,
Okay.
so that.
I wish I had your delivery.
The base is 2 foot by 7.5 foot with a masonry veneer to match the buildings.
It's at the easement line.
It's at the easement line, which in that area, it's 10 foot back from the Mount Airy Road frontage, but it's located outside of the county easement. It's the same sign that was proposed at 63 Berners for context. Again, it's located, the detail of it is on plans here. For reference and.
So it's the same variance relief as 63 burners,
Correct.
as far as dimensions and set, location and setback. No,
Correct.
different than setback. Different on setback.
Yes, yeah, this is 10 foot from the property line and outside of the county easement.
So front yard still is a deviation as well as the size of the sign.
As well as the sign in general.
And what is the setback again?
10 foot,
No, I mean, what is the required setback again?
don't know if there's a required, the sign is not permitted.
Oh, so there's no setback. No, well, the other one was zero on the property line, but there is no setback. It's just that it can't be in the front yard.
Right, and what we'll do, as we did with the other application, I would suggest we wrap that into the variance to allow the sign and then be all part of it to the site plan.
Okay. Yep, no, we got it.
And
Thank you.
Mr. Shelley, this sign is provided for identification purposes, correct?
Correct. One other change that. Go to the layout plan just so everybody can see. Again, this is exhibit A3, which is just an updated site layout. In the very front corner of the building here, if you look on the opposite side, there's a jog in the building. There was previously a jog contemplated in this corner. We had conversations with New Jersey American Water about the property. They've been very helpful with providing some initial feedback to us. And right now, the concept for this property to avoid having a hot box out here, we've enclosed this area of the building or expanded this corner of the building to create a water room. Water service from Mariners Road will come into the building, where we will have backflow preventer, all the required water equipment located in this water room. And from there, water lines will exit the building, go service the back site is the building in the rear as well. But there will be no need for a hot box. Everything inside will be private once it leaves that water room. So we've been able to get that feedback from American Water to make sure that we don't have a hot box requirement. Now, as a result of that, well, I'll talk about the trash enclosure here as well too. It was recommended at the time of preliminary, and in Mr. Brightly's letter again, that again, the borough ordinance is trash enclosures have a roof structure over them to prevent spillage and leakage out into the roadways, into the stormwater system. We've agreed to put a roof structure over top of the enclosure. Again, when I say roof, to me, that means it's part of building coverage. With the addition of this area, as well as the addition of this water room, the building coverage for the property now exceeds the required. Just want to make sure I have all the areas written down. Yeah, the 25% requirement. And 25.5% is what is proposed. So this is a additional 154 square feet of roofed area added to the development, 0.5% of coverage. The building itself meets the 25% threshold, but when we add in the covering over the trash enclosure as well as the enclosed water room, that puts it over the 25% threshold. Again, if you looked at it as if there's a hot
That's a
box,
good thing or a bad?
it's a variance, we're
It's
noting
a
it.
variance that you need. Okay.
It's a variance that we need. The alternative is we don't cover it and we have a hot box outside.
No, I just.
Yeah, just for the record, our,
Yeah, we have the deviation, 25.5% versus 25%, and I think what Mr. Sabo and I are hearing, is the C2 argument that the benefits outweigh the detriments, the benefits being no hot box and the covered dumpster.
yes,
So Mr. Kelly, we believe this is a better design alternative from a planning perspective. correct?
absolutely.
Is there anything that would prevent you from sliding the box, the dumpster 3 feet to the left? You could still open the gates.
3 feet to the left.
Is there some distance it has to be from the building or anything like, there's nothing, right? I mean, you could slide it there, right?
Yeah, I think in theory we could shift that, yeah.
The aisles needs to be 10 feet from a building.
The answer is then that it's gotta be 10 feet away. Oh, just the aisle.
The aisle.
Right, so this curve line here is 11 feet.
But you see where the doors are hinged?
Yes,
That could theoretically be to the left, 3 feet or 2.5 feet.
Then how do you get to the left side of the
You
enclosure?
don't get to the left side, it's open through the front door. There is no left side of the enclosure. I'm asking because this is where you can get an extra parking space. Okay, so it's just part of it, I just wanna know if there's anything that would,
no, so again, we've got the ability for, if this drive aisle needed to shift and it became less than 10 feet to this building, the building has the ability to
don't
shift
build the
forward as well.
sidewalk to the back, don't build the sidewalk to the back of the dumpster. Just slide the dumpster over 3 feet, it's, so the door just opens straight, that's all. Okay, well, come back to it later.
Okay. That's,
So, Mr. Shelley, as part of our preliminary application, we have a couple other deviations on the plan requiring relief relating to the proximity of the parking aisle to the buildings, the parking spaces, the lot lines. Can you just run us through which of those deviations we still have on the plan and which ones have been eliminated?
sure. The only deviations that are still applicable, again, the drive aisle in proximity to building 1 requires no relief. the a waiver or this variance is required for the internal roadway. And parking area, again, you've got this turnaround area that is 3.2 feet from the southern property line. Whereas 10 feet is required. We've got parking spaces along the southern property line that are 3.8 feet from the property, whereas 10 foot is required. And then we've got the parking spaces in front of building 2 in the rear of the site that are 8.5 feet from the building, whereas 10 feet is required. So those would be the 3.
The rear setback's good, right? For the east building,
Correct, there's no setback variances for any of the
they're over
buildings.
there and on the right hand side, everything's good there, isn't it?
Correct, we comply with the setback requirements for both buildings. It's the proximity of the parking to the property line, the drive aisle to the property line. And then the parking to the front of the building too.
And Mr. Shelley, generally, the magnitude of this relief is similar to that which was granted previously at the time of preliminary approval, correct?
Similar, yes, there's instances where we've been able to eliminate some of the inconsistencies we talked about, the shortcomings of the original plan and the lack of access to be able to walk across from one space to another because the parking spaces are up against the building, so we've improved that. But the magnitude is very similar, if not reduced from the preliminary application.
And in your professional opinion, the circulation that's provided for here is improved over the prior plan and is safe for residents that are accessing the parking lot?
Yes.
What is the purpose or what happens to the stem of the property?
So,
There's a wall there.
yep, you can see there's a wall here, that's required to create a flat pad around the building. That wall ends up cutting off access back to this, back area. So once the site is constructed, the wall is built, the fences are put up, that piece of the property, there is no access to it. There is no access around the buildings. Again, your building is 5 feet from the property here. That's not enough space to even try to promote any type of access around to get back to that space. And we believe just that space in general, again, it's a very small area that provides little benefit to the community, in general.
Well, if you put some steps across the wall, then could you use that as some sort of passive recreation?
In theory, could we put steps through here? Yes. Getting residents around the corner of a 5-foot building up against the wall. Again, I don't think that's a great plan, but
That might be active recreation instead of passive. I'm sorry.
is it viable to put 3 steps through the wall here? The wall's only 2 foot height. Yes, it's viable to provide access back there.
Is any aspect of the plan, the ratios and coverage and so forth, dependent on the Flagstaff or the Panhandle area? Is it,
The
if
parking.
it weren't deeded to you
Mhm.
by the town,
Yep,
does it affect the application
yes, the
ratio?
25.5% building coverage is dependent on this property.
Needs the,
Yes,
okay, you're putting a wall there.
right.
I don't know how practical it would be to utilize that back piece. It might be better.
There's gonna be more discussion on this topic, John.
I know there is,
So as you know, so.
but, I think that, it's a recreational amenity, I think it's. Practical.
It'd be hard, it requires great vision to figure out how that might happen, given the state it's in. I agree with you.
Well, I'm not saying that it should be used recreational, but if it is deeded to you, you have to maintain it in some way. You have to make sure that it's kept clean and safe. But if you have a wall there, how are your maintenance people gonna get back there to maintain it?
Again, there would have to be a means through that wall to access that space. Whether that's an area that's open to the residents, communities, is a different topic, but if it's a maintenance area that would need to be maintained, then we would need to have the appropriate measures to give access.
Is it a retaining wall or a fill wall? You know, the two different types we just talked about. Is this a wall where you're
So,
building a wall and then filling to create a level?
Correct.
Total level, okay. It's not a retaining wall where you're holding back.
No, we're not holding anything back. We're building
You're
up to
elevated.
create a flat pad for
So the
this.
steps would be to the right.
The steps would be out into that space, correct? Again, it's only a 2-foot wall in that area.
It's continuation of the wall.
Yeah.
That's on the north boundary where you're filling.
And has it
And
ties
you go
into
around
the
the
wall
corner
back
and fill there
behind.
too to keep it level.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. What else?
That's all that I have.
Anything regarding mechanicals on the building and where are they relative? I'm just thinking of the neighbor to the
Yes.
south.
So there's mechanicals that are in these little cutouts back behind the building. That's where the condensers are, same thing, this bump out back behind the building.
Okay.
They'll be screened appropriately in accordance with the borough ordinances. But they're tucked back behind the buildings.
And where are the buildings on lot 4?
Excuse me,
Where are the buildings, the houses on lot 4 located?
where's the house on lot 4?
It's not where you're,
It's
way in the front.
It's not back
It's not
here.
back there.
We will have landscaping as well as the 6-foot solid vinyl
That's the
privacy
backyard.
fence
That's a pretty big backyard.
on top of the wall.
The concern, that's those, if I may, those lines there, they would continue to extend to show the entirety of lots 4 and 5. In other words, lots 4 and 5 don't end there.
No, lots 4 and
The
5
houses aren't back up against the railroad or whatever.
correct, they do not end here, we can extend the viewport to show exactly where they are, that was one of Mr. Bright's comments about just adding in anything within, 300 feet. That we would go and expand and add any, additional structures that come up.
It is more of a concern for lot
Just
201, 201's right there, so.
You can see them on the aerial, right? Or this, a render, yeah. And look at something, right? They didn't get there yet, the colored
The
render.
houses there front the street, across. you
Yes.
There you go.
Great point, thank you.
know. That's 201 right there.
You can see,
The sign got in the way.
this is that lot 4, these buildings are fronting the street over here.
Yeah, it's pretty deep.
Yes,
But that one that we created, 201, that's right next to this. That's why I was
Correct,
asking about the mechanical.
Yeah, that's the house that's closest to it.
Yeah. And
That's
that's
breakfast closet.
So.
Goes away, just on the back of the building too.
Right.
no, the sprinkler closet's still there.
So,
Yeah, for them to access it. The water line would just come from building 1, run through the site, tie into the front of the building. And the sprinklers, and same thing, building 1 still has a small sprinkler room on the right corner. But in the front, the left corner is where the water room, backflow preventer, all that stuff is gonna go.
With all your experience with affordable housing, do you find you have to, you need to put bicycle ramps in
Yeah, we would.
lots, or
Yes.
do people bring them into their houses or
No, we would want the bicycle rack outside
somewhere?
on this.
You will put one in somewhere.
Correct.
Or 2, whatever, okay. All right, any more questions
Yes,
from
we
our
will need it on the plan with a detail on the location.
professionals or board members of this witness? No, okay. I was asking if our board, if our professionals
Oh.
or our board members had any more questions for this witness. Because then I was, go ahead, and he
I'm
was
just gonna
saying,
wait till your discussion about additional parking spaces to see where that ended up before I asked.
well, I don't know when they would like to talk about getting additional parking spaces.
I was just, the 8.5 foot setback from the parking spaces building 2. Can that be made to comply, so that there can be a little more landscaping between that sidewalk, so the headlights are not, aiming at the units.
That's the 8.5 to get it to.
You have
10.
11 on one side.
Yeah, 8.5.
That was 10, you're 9.5, it's probably close enough.
Right, yeah, the building would shift first building would have to shift forward slightly to take everything and move it accordingly. So,
6 inches.
yeah, but I think it's something we could accomplish.
So I wasn't sure if you needed that striped aisle to the EV parking spaces or not.
I don't think it's a requirement, it was something that we thought. When we have parking on the opposite side of the drive aisle, giving somebody at least a designated path to cross. Would be nice. I think when we start shifting drive aisles and moving things around, that would be something that would get eliminated.
It's 2 cars that are gonna have an aisle, so.
Yeah.
Is there a way of, from the northeast corner, making that a little bit wider to get access to the unused part of the site? Right there.
Reducing the building to get around it.
Or if you move the building, are you gonna move the building to the left?
We've been mindful to ensure that this building does not get closer to
That's fine.
their property line on the southerly line. The rear building will not shift in order to get the 10 foot from the building to the parking. The front building would shift forward by maybe a foot. And then the whole parking would shift with it, but the building itself will stay in the same location.
Your northeast corner of the east building that's right on the setback line.
Right on the 5
Like,
foot.
it's literally right there.
Yes.
Well,
Again,
if it's 5 foot, you can put a walkway.
if it's 5 foot, you've got the retaining wall that starts on the property line, retaining wall. Again, it's a 5 foot wall, a little bit of batter, fence back behind it. In reality, you're talking about
Okay,
4 feet. It's
You're
It's
5, you're really, yeah, just what you said, you're really 5 feet, but there's stuff on the property line.
It's 5 feet with a little bit of extra, yeah.
There is a door back there, I mean, it's somewhat accessible.
Correct. The only door that's in the back of the building is a sprinkler closet.
I see.
All the other doors to the units are from the center, I'll call it an atrium, but there's a little covered entryway where all the doors are.
And there wouldn't be access around the bottom right corner because of landscaping, is that?
Correct, so there's no access around the bottom side, there's some yard inlets to be able to get drainage away from this area. So it's not it's not a traveled area that will be promoted.
What about fire access? Have you spoken to fire chief?
We spoke to the fire chief about the Minebrook site, I have no comments from the fire chief about, this site beyond,
Because would they want to get to the back of the building?
again, it's not, we don't have any comments. from the
Do you
fire.
have windows, you have bedrooms with windows on the back of the building?
There'll be windows on the back, there's no windows on this side of the building facing the southerly property line, that was one of the items that we talked about at the preliminary.
No, I just meant, from the
Yes.
standpoint of the bedrooms, like, it's an emergency access, you have a
Yep.
window, it's expected that someone could potentially save you out of that window, but. I'm gonna suggest something a little crazy, but. What would happen if you took the north wall of the east building and you angled it and you made it parallel to the property line? I know it's.
North wall.
The northern is
Right
Yeah,
here.
no, suppose you said, I want that wall to be set back 10 feet from the property line, all the way along the wall. Right, so it's big up front and it narrows to the back, and I know it's definitely not what your architectural design is, but. It's something to just think about potentially, that it will be beneficial to have. Side access for various purposes that'll come up, and I don't wanna create additional. Cost, right, so I just don't know the implications of the construction. If you were to do that, I'm not asking you to step it, I'm not asking you to reduce the floor space. It affects 2 units, right, they're both 3. They're 3-bedroom units.
I can let our architect come talk through the,
Yeah.
what that is in that area and
I'd say that.
maybe something.
All right, are there any questions from the?
Chairman, I just wanted to just double check one thing, Mr. Brightly didn't have anything in particular in his report. I just want the applicant's engineer and counsel for the applicant to confirm that the applicant will stipulate his conditions of approval for all items set forth in Mr. Brightly's 9-page report, August 18, 2023. That's the last one.
It's the last one based off of the plans that he had, we made some changes to it, but yes.
They actually addressed it.
Addressed
Comments, but,
Any remaining?
Yeah, any remaining of the letter, yes, we'll work with Mr. Bradley and Mr. Zabo as well to address any outstanding.
And I didn't mean to take away from Mr. Bradley, if he had any specific ones he wanted to identify, just if not, I wanted to make sure you stick to all of them.
Well, is there
That
anything
you can comply with.
really substantive? I mean, something you want us to
no, there, a lot of these are carried
carry from?
our resolution.
It's a little different.
You know. Ones they're gonna address them, I think these are, well, you know, more minor.
They're all addressable, they're all, you know, there's nothing
Revised layout.
onerous essentially that's lurking.
Okay, great. And is that the same with Mr. Sabo's planning now?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, not too many items, but compliance with the electric vehicle ordinance and landscaping, landscaping, so all this work with the applicant. And there are major issues, but enhancements, minor enhancements, some cheaper plans. Non-invasive. And affordable housing compliance, of course, and the like.
Well, like what we said, I want this to be mutually aware of the three projects for the, because this is exceptionally unusual to have an affordable housing environment with no singles. And we need, and we know that, but we know that in aggregate,
Right.
they're compliant with the minimums, and in fact, this development is needed to make the other applications
Exactly.
compliant.
Oh, yeah, the resolution will have the same preparatory.
Yeah,
Yes.
you did all the work, it's just.
Yep, absolutely.
I wanted
The,
to,
the UHAC bedroom requirements are complied with, on a
aggregate,
combined or aggregate, amongst the three sites.
yeah, I just wanted to be sure we do that, that's all.
Yep, it will be in this,
Okay.
resolution as well.
I think there are no questions from the,
Mr. Zabo's memo on this development listed 11 conditions of the previous preliminary.
I'm sorry, who's number? Yeah.
And have we addressed those, or we assume that those conditions will continue?
My recommendation is that they carry over to the extent they're applicable, and combined with the final. I was merely pointing out that there are still things that need to be not lost in the discussion from prior, and that's part of resolution compliance.
Yeah, we carry them all forward, and I understood when I asked my question and got the answer that they can comply with all of them. Was that it included that as well, is the entirety of the report, including 4A through K.
well, can we should make the effort, and as you know, like, you've had some resolutions with 70 terms, so are we gonna make?
Oh,
the
we're
effort
gonna do the reconciliation.
To
That's
reconcile
what you're referring to.
Condense.
Absolutely.
the chaff out of it, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The flotsam from the Jetsons.
The flotsam. Okay, now, any questions from the public for this one? I see one.
Jeff Paul, 29 Aaron Road.
Just spell your last name, sir.
COLLAR.
Yes, good to see you again, and don't need to be sworn in, as you know, just for questioning, so please proceed.
Nice job on making the changes that were requested, and it looks good. The one question I have is the tree line, just, you know, my property is the one next to it, the tree line that you put in there, what type of tree line? Is that planned yet?
Is that along the southerly line?
Yeah, southern line.
Property.
Yeah, southern line.
Pull up our landscaping plan so I can accurately tell you what we're proposing there. So the plan that was submitted shows some landscaping between the parking and the wall. That landscaping, due to the need of a guide rail for those parking spaces, is not viable. That area will be finished with like a stone finish. Again, there's a 6-foot vinyl fence, so this area is screened from your view. There will be some trees in that area. Again, trying to zoom in here. One tree we have proposed up in that area is a magnolia tree, 6 to 8 foot in height. Probably some trees up in the front, trying to screen that front transformer to the limit that is allowed by the power company there. Those would be some evergreens, 6 to 8 foot in height. Again, most of that will be screened by the vinyl privacy fence.
So I guess my question is just along this section here where my property looks out at the building. So firstly, taking the windows away was fantastic and I really like it, but it creates a stark view of the property. So my living room windows are gonna look out onto that to a certain extent. So what I ask is if you could put some screening. I would say there's probably 11 foot in elevation change between my window and the ground. So some trees that would kind of break that view up rather than me looking directly at the wall from my living room.
I'll let our architect go into what the aesthetics of what that sidewall looks like. We don't have any landscaping proposed between the wall and our building right now because you can see on our plan, we've got some drainage infrastructure.
So that picture that the color rendering had trees in there, right? That's what tricked me, I guess.
Yeah, if anything goes in that area, it would have to be small enough to not interfere with those pipes underneath there. So these would be some small shrubs, some ground cover. Again, it's not visible above the fence.
Is there anything you can do working with my property line to put something along there? Because again, it's just, that's gonna be a stark view that I'm looking at. I understand the drainage issue and that was gonna be one of my questions actually.
Are you requesting the applicant put some landscaping in your property and you giving them a license or easement or right to do so?
Right, yeah, if it means that I could gain some kind of blockage to just looking at the property from that section here, because this would have been perfect, those trees, if they could have been put in there and be tall enough. But if it needs to come onto my property, I'm okay with that.
We can work with you on adding some trees there.
Right, and then go ahead.
Landscape screening, can I just get some specifics as to where it would be, it'll be subject,
So it would be in the area along the southerly side of the rear building that some supplemental landscaping may be placed between the proposed building and the adjoining neighboring building to the south.
Adjoining lot 20?
2.01.
Yeah,
2.01.
2.01.
Yeah.
Another?
Yeah, 20.
Yeah, I know I'm 22nd, yeah, still, for 2 years, year and a half. Okay, yeah, lot 201, number 12. Okay, and is there sort of a ballpark linear length here?
I can give you a number.
80 feet.
It's about 50 feet. The size of the building.
Including the parking.
I'm just looking at the area that we seem to be mutually agreeing.
Right, so the length of this building here is 50 feet, I'd say.
It would go to the back side of the property, so it's from about there, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So you're talking about a 50-foot section here.
Right.
Again, we would have to kind of see exactly how far your building is from the.
How do you build there's a real retaining wall there that you're building, right? It's not a fill, it's a real, you've got a real wall there, no? No, there's a wall. your level?
Yeah.
It's just the,
It's
it's
2 foot-
just
it's
the barrier that you're
It's
putting
2
there.
foot high to allow us the ability to get drainage around our building. That's, again, it's not a significant wall, it's minor so that we can flatten out the area
I'm just saying,
behind.
you won't have any problem constructing that. It's not like you need, oh, if I only could get onto his property.
No, we wouldn't need to, and from what I
Put it
see
back into
here,
something.
I would think, again, we would just see how close we could get to the house without it being an impactful. But, you know, a larger type of tree that would grow taller and kind of break up your view of the building up there, I think. Versus any type of row of evergreens, I don't think that really serves what you're talking about of that 2-story massing of a building here, where I think maybe just a larger, at the time of planting, shade tree on that side, as long as it's the proximity to your actual house is appropriate, that we could come up with something, we could run it by Mr. Zabo's office from a landscaping perspective, as well as run it by you, but up there.
Yes,
I'm thinking maybe just a larger shade tree that we could put in that area that will grow and kind of fill in that space.
yeah, just to break up the view.
No,
So again, the lack of windows for me is perfect, but because optically, by taking the windows out, then it's a little bit stark, so breaking it up would be great.
yeah, I think we could accomplish that.
And then as far as the drainage, just full disclosure, from my backyard, that tree that you've got line marked with the back there, the very back corner. There is so much water that runs down there, so just as an FYI, I'm sure you're planning for it, but that's where all the water pools down to.
Okay.
So just make sure you got that, but I guess that's a comment, no question, sorry.
No, and the fact that we're implementing some drainage in that area should give that the ability to.
Yeah, because otherwise.
It just might be massive.
Anybody got your mic on?
Just,
Before, because if not, I'll swear in right now, retrospectively for all that we just said.
Sure.
If you raise your right hand, if you swear to God or affirm that the testimony you just gave, as well as any further testimony that you may give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yeah,
Thank you.
all right.
So when you install this 2 foot wall, the water is running down to the wall, and then you have to grade on his property, get it to run east-west.
No, we won't need to grade on the property. We're gonna take that corner of the site. Cut it down, put the wall in. The water will drain towards the wall, hit the stone back behind the wall and get down through it, and we'll actually give it a path to.
you just may have a waterfall feature that you need to, seriously.
It's-
Could be pretty bad.
And so what we can do is.
Wonderful.
What we can do is increase the size of some of the sites, maybe have some, it's good information to have so that we could accurately put in some, maybe additional infrastructure on that. Backside of the wall to a little more stone, a little more, drains back behind it to pull that water. Give it somewhere to go.
So one other question then, with the size of the wall is 2.5 feet, so does that mean you're bringing the elevation up from where the parking lot was, so the property's gonna be higher than
No.
what I look at today?
No, so in that back corner of where the building is the only area where we're gonna be cutting down into the grade. The rest of the area up in the front of the parking, again, it's a small retaining wall along here. We're gonna be taking the grade that's there now and lowering it.
Okay, all right.
Close to the tracks where they're gonna have to fill.
The tracks is on the high side,
Gonna
your
fill.
southerly side, it's a little cut to bring it down. So really, you're not even gonna see the wall, you're just gonna see the 6-foot fence.
Right, okay,
We're gonna have a very minor wall on that side.
all right, and then 6-foot fence runs all the way.
All the way along your entire northern property line, 6-foot solid long fence.
All right, I think that was it.
Can I still raise a question? Yes, ma'am. The way the panhandle, I'm looking at the Google aerial of that, it's heavily wooded.
Yes.
If a tree blows down, which happens now all the time, we have tornadoes here and everything, so. And you have to get equipment back there to remove the tree, how are you gonna do this?
Use a chainsaw to cut it up and take it
Well,
out.
You only have, if you need any kind of heavy equipment, you only have 5 feet of spacing. Squeeze it.
If a tree falls down, you can cut up any tree with a chainsaw and take it out in small enough pieces. You deal with what you have, in order to work with it.
But how do you get past the corner of the building?
Again, we talked that there's 4 feet behind from the building to a fence on top of a wall. That's enough room for somebody from maintenance to be able to walk past it. It's not an area that we're promoting as, residents to frequent that area, but it's a wide enough area for somebody with a chainsaw to pass through there and get back to that area, to address that.
They'll have to put some kind of ramp or something, or some kind of.
A gate in the wall and 2 steps down. Yeah, we can.
Way for a guy to go by with a chainsaw, he's gonna have to go back with a wheelbarrow, okay? It's gonna have to be wide enough to do that.
It's not an easy job, but
So
it's,
far.
there's enough path and access for somebody to be able to do that type of maintenance.
We'll see.
But we would leave it wooded so that there's not
I need-
mowing maintenance.
I need to stop, I need a motion, whether the board wants to consider hearing the next witness. Or we go, we done. We carry.
What's that?
We need a motion to be able to hear
Yeah,
it, and
extend-
since it's
yes.
10:30, and we need a motion to.
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the.
Yeah.
I move we extend the meeting on the third.
You move, we extend, and that we agree to hear another witness after 10:30. Okay, both items, okay. And do I have a second? You'll second. Okay, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Any? You don't, one don't know. It carries. So we're extending to 11:30 and we're going to hear your next witness.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next witness is our architect. Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Erin here, Erin. Can you just, for the record, provide your name and your business address?
Yes, first name's Erin, last name Pumo, Pumo. Business address is 632 Pompton Ave, Cedar Grove, New Jersey.
And for the benefit of the board, I know you've testified before this board and been accepted as an expert in architecture, correct?
Yes,
Your license is still current?
yes, it is.
And can you just very briefly provide your education and background?
Sure, I have a bachelor's of architecture from NJIT. As Nicole mentioned, I'm a licensed architect in the state of New Jersey, and I'm an associate at Ingles Architecture and Engineering.
We'd like to offer her as an expert in the field of art.
We're willing to hear her testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
So, what's on the screen right now is what
And I'm sorry, what are we looking at?
we are looking at. This was actually submitted as part of the application. This is sheet A100.
Okay, more than 10 days in advance, we've not been marked as an exhibit,
Yeah.
A100. And what is that? A floor plan?
This is a floor plan. We brought it in.
Please. Thank you.
Just a real brief, this is the original building location before we ended up shifting it due to the proposed easement that's no longer proposed. So I'm gonna go to our exhibit. I don't know what number we're up to.
8-4.
8-4. This is building 1 revised layout, and the date is 1/11/24.
Thank you.
I'm gonna zoom in here. Zoomed in a little too much. Okay. So generally speaking, the building is relatively the same shape. Same number of units as before. The main changes, as Mr. Shelley described, was the water utility room here in the front, which would hold the backflow preventer for the site. And then there's a sprinkler closet back here, which we had in the previous design, but was not eliminated. So I wanted to make sure that was on the record. Building functions the same as it did before. Each apartment has its own entrance. 3 units on the first floor, 3 on the second floor. I'm gonna go to the rear building just to point out the location of no windows along the adjacent property line, in relationship to the floor plan. We're talking about this wall here. You can see there's no windows on it. And I'm just gonna go to the elevation. Give me 1 second. So we're looking at
Should
sheet,
say five, or is this an old one?
no, this is an old one, yeah. We're looking at sheet A200. Elevation number 5. This is the building 2 rear elevation that is adjacent to the property, the adjacent property owner. So as you can see, there's no windows on it, but there is a change of material. So it's not, the elevation isn't comprised of one singular material. There's a couple different materials. There's a fiber cement lap siding and a fiber cement board and batten siding, which would be 2 different colors. So it'd be
No articulation or anything, but different colors.
correct, yeah,
Or breaking it up.
correct. And then I will go to our colored elevations.
This one will be five.
Yes, this is A5. And this is dated 12/14/23. So this is building 1. This is the front building. It's shows you the color scheme proposed, which is in line with the other developments in this project. We're proposing stone veneer at the base, fiber cement siding in a variety of colors, gray tones and whites, standing seam metal roof, and black windows. And we have a wood tone accents at the porch overhangs. Again, this is the front building, and then the next PDF, which I guess is A6. This is also dated 12/14/23. This is building 2. This is the rear building. With the same color palette proposed as well. And I believe I.
And the same materials
Yes.
as previously described?
Correct.
Just, I know you mentioned it, but how many 2 bedrooms and how many 3 bedrooms are? And is it 8 and 4?
There's 7 2 bedrooms and 5 3 bedrooms.
5.
Yeah, well, you know what, thank you because, now I'm hearing what I had, and before I heard 8 and 4.
These were, I think, Bernards Ave and Minebrook swapped units, so we corrected the unit breakdown on those 2 sites, but this one actually never changed.
Mr. Chairman, if I can take this moment, since we're talking about bedrooms, to address the fact that there are no 1 bedrooms here, that's compliant with UHAC. Section 5.
Oh, no, I know, it's just, it's compliant.
It's compliant, I just wanted to get that on the record. It's
Because
unusual, but
No
not
developer would develop without single bedrooms. And that's why they put that into the law. So that's okay.
But it's not required.
The real key here is to be able to use these bedrooms, these units, to allow the number of 1 bedrooms in the other units. That's what's necessary.
Right.
So how,
In order for them to comply with the bedroom
Comply.
distribution, you have to look at all 3 together.
it's fine, it'll be fine, but
Yeah.
I thought these are like over under in terms of engineering. There's like a 2 bedroom on the first floor and a 2 bedroom on the second floor. How do you come up with a odd distribution? Like, how does that happen?
I'm going to.
Construction wise, it's like 2 bedroom on the first floor, 2 bedroom on the second floor, 3 bedroom on the first floor, 3 bedroom on the second floor.
So I'll just, this is the originally submitted plans. So in the front here, there's a 2 bedroom, in the middle, there's a 3,
Right.
in the back, there's a 3 bedroom. If we go to the second floor, I'm sorry?
You talk a little.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, yeah, well, yeah, louder and clear, please.
In the second floor, there's a 2-bedroom in the front, a 2-bedroom in the middle, and a 3 in the back. And the main difference is the middle unit, which I don't have them side by side, so I'm trying to see what's different.
Okay, so you have a 3-bedroom on the first floor, but a
Yeah.
2-bedroom on the second floor
That's correct.
in that case,
And then the rear building,
just for that building,
Yes.
basically.
mhm,
The rear one is.
and the rear one is, let's see, a 3-bedroom at the top here, a 2-bedroom, and a 2-bedroom at the bottom here. And the second floor, these are stacked, so the second floor has a 3-bedroom at the top, a 2 stack, and a
Okay.
2 stack as well, so it's just that,
All right,
that one.
so the way you got to 5 3-bedrooms is you use the middle section of the first building to be a 3-bedroom.
Correct.
Okay, that makes it clear. Sorry, you can continue it.
Does anyone have
That
any
was it.
questions?
Questions?
Oh, I wanted to clarify, doing the angled wall. Earlier, is this, were you talking about angling this wall?
Yeah.
Okay.
How could it possibly be done?
To give a little more clearance
To
here.
create a corridor between, the wall and. I'm not expecting an answer, I'm just saying, well, there's something, and
We can look
I'm
and
not,
see
yeah, it's,
what can
and I don't,
push and
like I
pull.
say, cost or whatever, I just. I don't know. Maybe you just step it a little bit, maybe that's the easiest construction, is just slightly step it, so you keep the same floor space, but you get. Clearance, a bit of clearance on the side. Angling might be a dumb thing.
Using the back portion as coverage, your coverage calculations, so conceivably it should be part of the accessible part of the lot.
But we have to provide access back there for maintenance, so.
Well, I'm saying, the plan so far doesn't have
Doesn't have what?
access.
Right, yeah, well, we mentioned we'll add a stair or a gate back there.
John, does the property have to be accessible in order to be considered part of the total area of the lot?
I'm sorry?
But suppose I had a lot,
Right.
and it's got this amount of space. Let's say there's a cliff, and it's the back side of the lot, it's just not accessible at all. You just can't get to it for some reason. It still counts
It has
as
to by law.
land, by law.
By definition of.
So
lot.
accessibility has nothing to do with lot square footage.
Right, you have to. do
Okay. All right, that's what I thought. It was interesting question. Any other questions for this witness? Professionals, any questions for the witness?
The orchard, we're good. None.
Okay, any questions from the public for this witness? None, okay. Now we can ask for
Comments,
comments,
to the
right?
extent not already provided.
Any members of the public, our professional, we'll come back to our team here. Any members of the public that want to comment on this application? None? Okay. I have a few things to say. Thank you very much for redoing it. I do have, what did you call it? Something engineering? Value-added engineering to give you a few more parking spaces. Which I could just give you and you can decide, as long as you're gonna, you proposed X number of parking spaces, if it becomes some kind of an issue, then. Fine. Well, not fine. I have two major. Major additions that you need to address. Me personally, and the board may have others. The first is, I really need you to obtain from First Energy Real Estate Department an official statement that they do not expect to have any right of way or access to your panhandle or Flagstaff or whatever. So I need legally that to come back to us. Right now, there are pools there that are necessary to keep Bernardsville functioning, that have to be maintained. And your property is where the trail is that the vehicles ride on to maintain those poles. So let's just find out. They may say, I don't think there's an easement that's registered with Somerset County. They're notoriously bad at registering easements. But they may have right of way historically. And it's like an adverse adverse possession risk for
Or
you,
prescriptive easement.
or whatever. These guys, they're each mooring each other on it. So number one, need that. Don't underestimate how hard it is to get them to talk to you.
I go and sit in the lobby.
Yeah, I was almost saying you almost have to have somebody.
In Morristown, go sit there, wait for somebody to.
Well, can you write a letter that says, unless, you know, there won't be a response?
They won't
so
read
that
it.
It's okay?
No, you really do have to contact them, and
No. Write a letter.
And I'm just saying, don't think, oh, I'll wait a couple of days and try doing this. No, like you really need to do it right away. The second major thing that you may or may not be aware of is that this is a borough parking lot. There have been many resolutions that have been passed that have required the applicant to purchase decals to use this parking lot as a stipulation, essentially, for their ability to have implemented that application. And so what I need you to do collectively is to get to the council who's driving this and say, what are you gonna do? And they have plenty of choices. They can revoke the ordinance. Many of the resolutions will stand in the past that say, oh, well, if anything failed, the typical verbiage, some aspect of the resolution is no longer relevant, it drops, but everything stays the same. They need to decide if they're gonna change the ordinance, because we need to know how to provide parking relief, or if we can anymore. And they need to decide, mostly their problem, what they're doing about the decals. They went out in December and people are paying money to use these parking spaces. So it needs to be, I would say, talk to Jack Pigeon. I suspect it should be a executive session of the council. But we are, and the planning board, we're dependent on the guidance from the council. And there's this obligation, well, you can figure it all out, but basically, there are people that expect to park in your lot. So, I mean, because that's where they park, and they have a decal that says they can. And that has to get resolved. And I know they're doing a parking survey, and there's a lot going on and so forth. You can work it out with the town as to exactly what needs to be done. We need to know that this has been resolved from the council's perspective legally.
So I think in terms of imposing that as a condition, what could become problematic is that we don't have control over that. So it's a borough.
With the
Borough
borough
property.
Transferring the they can't transfer the property to you.
Well, correct, but
It's
so as we heard previously, in order to file our applications for financing, we need to get through resolution compliance. So we can certainly formally send a letter to the council identifying that this
you
is
can
coming
create
up.
the stipulation that you will contact the council and so forth. You can't say, we can't determine.
We
none
can't
of us
resolve
can
it,
determine
right.
what the answer is gonna be. We're just gonna say that you stipulate you will work with them and for us is here to help make sure that people understand it, but it jeopardizes your legal situation. And it certainly creates a problem for us. But I understand that's, I believe with our guidance, that would be the expectation is it would be written as a stipulation that you'll work with the council, but without any guarantee. On your part, you can't stipulate to there being an answer. Your partners with the council, it's their problem.
It's an issue. To the extent it's an issue that impacts prior board approvals, and I'm not saying it necessarily does because, invariably, when there are board approvals over time, years, decades, generations,
Stuff changes.
centuries. The dynamics change and conditions become impacted. The governing body entered into all these various agreements and ordinance changes knowingly.
No. Let's not go that far.
Well, we have to presume.
Let's not go that.
Okay, well, here's the thing. My point simply is we don't know if anything needs to be done.
No, we don't.
And what we do know is that, the government, if anything needs to be done, will be addressed by the governing body.
Yes, it will.
And this applicant, to the extent it's necessary and that the governing body hasn't already been notified by this board in essence of these proceedings, or for that matter, isn't aware of it already, didn't need anybody to notify the governing, them of this. Frankly, anything more than asking this applicant to notify the governing body,
No, not just notify,
It's not-
collaborate with their partner, yes.
Well, I don't know what, frankly.
And that can be their definition of collaboration. We've done this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to.
They're trying to scale it back. And
I'm trying to ensure that the board stays within its authority, doesn't do anything outside its authority or arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable.
Then we've
Is that
defined
my
what that
job?
is.
Yeah.
We've defined what that is, and there will be stipulation that they will interact with the council to help resolve this. And it's the council's decision.
It's
not theirs. They can't control it. All we're saying is you have to do it. And we pass stipulations like this frequently, not for this topic, but frequently.
When there is something that the applicant is required to get or pursue from the governing body, yes. This is a situation where I don't see where the applicant is required to pursue or obtain something from the governing body. The governing body is aware of the issue. And to the extent there's an obligation on the governing body's part, there's no obligation candidly that I can.
They can ignore the
that's on this side.
stipulations, Steve, but they need to stipulate that they will at least contact the governing body about this issue.
Yes, that's what I said,
You know,
contact.
and work with the governing body.
Okay, now I don't understand.
We don't know if the
What
governing
are we
body
asking
will
them to
ask
do?
them to work with them.
What are we
They
asking them
may
to
be
do so I can
fine.
make a
They
condition?
may say, okay, this is what we're gonna do in the meantime.
Well, I have
We
a
don't
question
know.
to that.
They're asking me what this applicant could be asked to do in this circumstance. I'm trying to conceive.
The only authority here is with the council, not the applicant.
Yeah.
No, but what about there's been multiple approvals with conditions that they had to bypass this.
No, I understand that, and that
What
is an
happened to
issue
those
that the governing body is aware of and has to address. What I am simply asking, because I'm happy to ask for stipulation from this applicant as to what they have to do beyond notifying the governing body of the issue. And when you say work with them,
Yes,
I want you to, I need to know what we are asking them to work with them to do and what obligation we are putting on this, on this applicant.
to make
So
sure.
that, and this applicant needs to know what it is you're obliging them to do, so they know whether they can stipulate to it or not. And if
Yes,
they're not gonna stipulate to it, I gotta know, what you're
So
gonna
we-
propose.
whether we
So
have-
I can kind of advise you whether it's within your authority or not, or arbitrary, capricious, or unreasonable or not, and you can take my advice,
Or
you
not.
can ignore them.
Or not.
Yeah, right. So, but we haven't got there yet. What are you asking them to
So,
do?
notify is clear. If you tell them to work with them,
How?
yeah,
I'm sorry.
give me a chance.
I'm sorry.
When, how do you determine whether that condition has been satisfied?
You don't care?
Well,
Because it's voluntary.
that's sort of like-
It's a voluntary stipulation like we do so many other times. You say, could you please try to do this? Could you please work with an engineer? Could you do something? And it's a stipulation. It's not binding. It's not like, oh, I've got to deliver something.
The situation comes to mind when we had the, Bernardsville Center. We
Yeah.
had a similar requirement that they work with the school board to.
Right, for the
open
connection.
The
Right.
gate between the private.
Yeah, the gate coming down the hill on the high school.
And we never could determine whether they had met that condition or not, because they said we had, we said, we haven't done anything. And it sort of went in limbo. So what I'm suggesting is that we sort of define what it is we want to do as work with it, so you have an objective standard that you can apply and determine whether they've met that requirement.
And then I have a question. What about the conditions of all the previous approvals?
That's that's the town's.
No, they're planning board approvals.
Yeah, they
No,
are.
we understand that.
Clauses.
That's what I just addressed earlier.
Requires them to buy 5 spaces in the Ammerman
The
lot.
clause is nullified.
What happens to that approval?
Nothing changes with that approval, as I said before,
Right.
and I'll say again, over time, conditions, may be impacted by circumstances in the evolution of development in any municipality. So if there is an obligation for someone to address that, I think we've all understood and established and agreed that obligation, if there is an obligation, can only be the obligation of the borough. Where if we're gonna ask them to stipulate, or we're gonna impose an obligation on them to notify them and work with them, as board member Horowitz pointed out, what does work with them mean to accomplish what? When have they done their job? When have they not done their job? And I'm trying to, in my mind, see what we can require them to
No,
do.
you're talking about trying to solve the problem, and that's the council's problem to try to solve it.
No,
Notify them, I think they've stipulated to notify.
parking variances in the downtown district were granted with a
Yeah.
condition.
Yes.
Now that condition, what happens to that condition?
For the third time, I'll tell you that conditions sometimes are impacted by time and developments that occur.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm telling you, I'm not telling you there's an obligation specific of the governing body to do anything. But if there is an
Oh, no,
obligation
they're
of anybody to
No,
do
you're not
something,
telling us that, but there is an obligation of the governing body to do something.
if there's an obligation.
There is.
No, but tenant.
There is
I'm
because
just trying to give you the-
have finely detailed to have parking. Now, Jack Clinton would tell you, no one ever needs that parking, no one ever uses it. I think that's presumptive,
Okay.
okay?
Let's get to the point.
Let them
we
solve
can-
it. So here's the compromise condition. They will notify and they will attend the town council meeting to present the situation. One meeting.
Will the applicant stipulate to notifying the governing body of this issue and attending one governing body meeting to address this issue?
So we're happy to notify the town council and we're happy to attend a meeting, assuming that the governing body will allow us to present this issue.
Fine,
Okay, we have a stipulation.
I think that's,
But what happens to tenant A that got a parking variance with the condition of providing the excess parking in the Ammerman lot?
And I think what we're talking about here, Mr. Simoff, is to the extent there's an obligation of anybody to address that issue, if it's the governing body and the applicant has stipulated to notifying them and attending a meeting to address it.
what?
But what happens to that approval?
They're not notified.
No, the applicant has
They
stipulated.
have not notified the people that
No, I didn't say that. The applicant has stipulated to
Oh.
attend, to
Oh, right.
notifying the governing body and attending a meeting
Right.
to address it.
Yeah.
And the governing body will have to determine what, if any, obligation they have, and if the governing body concludes it as an obligation, the governing body will have to determine what they're gonna do with respect to said obligation.
Because it impacts, yes. They're, yes,
So does the parking variance become void?
yes.
No, the variance
No.
doesn't become void.
No, not the
Doesn't
variance.
become void, and what I'm thinking of is the reverse. If I have a condition that I have to use a spot or purchase a decal out, and then it's a municipal lot, and the borough decides to
Eliminate it.
develop it and eliminate it.
Those things change.
You know, that's the change that Mr. Warner's talking about.
Yeah.
I think that obligation is relieved because it's no fault of that development. And I think that was a conscious decision by the council.
No, there are two sides to the question. The first side is, I don't want to pay for a decal. I don't even want to do any parking. You're just making me as you're just holding me up and making me do it as part of my resolution, right? That's second, let's say that did.
You know,
Then there's the other set of people that said, I really do want some parking spaces. I really do need, I've got 10 employees and I really do need a couple of spaces. This is the deal. The council has to deal with both sides. One is just forgiveness. Yeah, don't worry about it. It's under the bridge. Things change, da, 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 da. There's the other side where does someone actually need the space? And the council has to figure that out. They've got to go to every applicant and every decal entitlement, whatever. And it's not a long list, by the way. It's like 12 enterprises that have to be contacted. And they have to determine, say, here, do you still need parking spaces? And they have to figure that out. And maybe that's part of the parking study or whatever
I
they're doing
think
now.
that's a broader planning issue for the
Yeah.
redevelopment of the downtown, and I think that.
This is a very tactical one. They just have to figure it out. And everyone may say, I didn't ever use those parking. The Jack Pigeon's perceptions, everybody's just buying the decals because we tell them to buy.
We're getting into our field, now we're getting into our
Actually,
field.
this application,
Because now we're talking about zoning enforcement. If I was required as an applicant to get 4 decals, but nobody's parking there's something wrong.
Yeah.
But we can't address that now.
No, we're not. We're not here.
So,
We're just.
might I respectfully request we move forward?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any, those were my two big items. I do have, which I can show you, we can figure out some way how to get the extra spaces. Are there any other comments, discussion on the board before? Well, we already asked the public for comments, right?
We're good on there was no public comment beyond, our number 20 lots 2.01, Mr. Collar's, public comments during the questioning.
And we'll let her
Sworn in.
summarize, but, right at the point, are there any
So,
other comments?
Yeah, maybe what we can do real quick is just
Let her
confirm
summarize.
the relief again, as we did before, that the board is going to make. a
Okay, summarize your
determination
relief.
on.
Gotcha.
And the relief is, amended preliminary and final site plan approval. I have a parking variance RSI exception to the extent this board doesn't determine that it's not required because of proximity to the railroad and or it's affordable housing. I.e. less, parking required generally, of 21, spaces versus 18, proposed. That's with the electric vehicle, credit. In addition to that parking, variance and RSIS exception, I have the following. I have internal roadway to be approximately 4 feet from building 1, correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, and approximately 2 feet from building 2.
That's changed.
That's a change. I'll look at the old one. I know we have 8.5, I'm sorry, 8 yeah, but now that's gonna change. 8.5 feet versus 10 feet between parking and building 2.
Right.
To the extent that's not modified as discussed, the 8.5 may increase. 3.2 feet between parking and track boundary, and 3.5 feet between parking area and track boundary where 10 feet is required. I have 5 feet between internal roadway and track boundary where 10 feet versus 10 feet required in one area, or is that been eliminated?
It's been eliminated.
Eliminated, okay. So with the parking RSI's exemption, and the couple of parking, area location, exceptions that I just listed. We also have monument sign variances for size and front yard location, and the building coverage of 25.5% versus 25%, given the additional backflow preventer, enclosed area in the building and the covered dumpster.
I had misspoken, the addition of the water room brought the coverage to 25.5. The addition of the covering over the trash enclosure brought the building coverage to 26%. So each of those, 26.0% total.
Okay, 26 total.
Each of those components is a 0.5%.
26% versus 25% maximum permitted building coverage. Those are the deviations I have. Does that comport with what our planner and the applicant's team has?
Yeah.
Well,
That's
also,
what you're voting on?
also on, the Zabo 11.
I'm sorry,
The Zabo list of 11 conditions.
the Zabo conditions follow.
We said we're gonna carry those over, but obviously condition 7 and 9 cannot be carried over.
You said we're gonna reconcile them, right?
Yeah, those, yeah.
But 7 says that, panhandles.
Yeah, the original intent was to use that as amenity space, that's not valid. To the extent that they are valid or still relevant, based on the revisions that have been presented tonight.
And that covers 9 to the fence.
Correct, correct, I agree.
And Mr. Warner, we are also unsure on this property whether or not a pole is gonna be required. So to the extent that a utility pole.
Oh, yeah,
The RSIS.
the RSIS exemption again?
If it is required by the power
Required.
company.
As we did with the last application, and as we've done with many applications of late, because we require everything to be underground, but our requirement is one thing, and JCP&L's requirement is another, they don't always jive, I guess. So to the extent necessary, they would be asking for an RSIS de minimis exemption from the requirement to the extent our ordinance. Do we have it here for this one? I don't know if we have it in this one. We don't. So it's just an RSIS exemption from the requirement that utilities be underground for new construction, new residential construction.
We're gonna have a condition about JCP&L.
Yeah, First Energy, JPL, there has to be something significant. First, community safety. Because basically, I don't know how they're gonna get to that pole.
We have to reconcile access.
You need to get the official answer from First Energy.
And I'm looking at the previous resolution. There's a requirement that they get approval from the fire chief. So that would continue, right?
Yeah, carry forward. Yeah.
We'll go through each resolution and everything that was presented
Yeah.
tonight and add and subtract as we need to.
Yeah, that's why with the last one, and no doubt with the two this evening, assuming there's an approval of the second this evening, we have multiple rounds of reconciliation to ensure that all conditions carried forward. They're modified as necessary, they're eliminated as necessary, new ones are added as necessary, although we pretty much addressed them all. I
The
think.
extent you eliminate or materially, the extent you eliminate or materially modify a condition, we had a list of those, so we're not trying to do our own reconciliation of the.
Oh, you want like a table, what,
Right,
Because there were 82 conditions.
right.
yeah.
82 without the subparts.
I can make a spreadsheet or a document with a table that shows resolution, preliminary resolution amended, right, final. And we'll do
Because
that.
otherwise it's impossible track it.
Correct, you could, to double check us all and, you know, on a cross-reference reconciliation, sure. Yeah, I say sure, only because John said volunteer, he doesn't say.
It's volunteer you.
But probably being even more frank and candid than I usually am, so it must be the hour.
Good.
Yeah, so that's relief, I'll assume it's with
Got all
all
that
stipulated
stuff together.
conditions and same as before, we have 6,
I
so
think she
four out of six.
she should summarize, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I did.
I never catch you on.
Thank you. I thought you were starting to deliberate. I wanted to make sure we had the relief side. So please, summation.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
So as you heard this evening in our testimony, we are here seeking amended preliminary and final site plan approval along with the relief that was just listed by your board attorney relating to the property at block 124, lot 1, 18 Mount Airy for this 100% affordable housing project. There are 12 units. We believe that the plan that was presented this evening provided a significant improvement in both circulation and location of buildings. Also the impact to neighbors from that which was approved at preliminary, and we're hopeful that the board agrees and will view this application favorably. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Motion,
I move the resolution that.
I'll second.
so Jeff moved and Karen seconded.
But not on the resolution.
No,
To grant-
I read that as a grant of all the relief sought together with all the conditions stipulated to.
Okay, thank you.
Right, with a resolution between the previous
With a reconciliation.
reconciliation between the previous resolution.
Well, that'll be something that'll be on the obligation of Mr. Zabel because he volunteered.
Right,
Yeah.
of the 80.
That's all right. We pay him. So,
Well, that's good. That's right. Tonight he's the only one.
Yeah. all right.
Is there a second?
Yeah, that was Karen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Gardner,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Horowitz.
Yes.
Mr. Simoff,
Yes.
Mr. Walden,
Yes.
and Mr. Zazarino.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for bearing with us. I'm just trying to make it better, that's all. And you did, you changed this one a lot. Thank you.
The only public comment was essentially favorable, I think.
Oh, the engineer. I wanna. Give him something.
We teach you that in school, you get your food.
Yeah, well, yeah, we're still. Are we adjourned?
Can we?
Yeah.
Didn't be paid bills. No visitors, no executive session.
Okay.
Come on down. That's really. I'll make sure you're still in touch with me. It's really, no, you're right. It's really simple.
Share.
I put it for you. 45 minutes. You can pick up. Don't worry about it. Well, let's just. Just give you the idea of how now.
Yes.
It'll get you thinking.
Thanks for back.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I know it's your. Not to the bigger. We'll do it.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.